Hello, everyone. Welcome to my stream today. Sorry, I'm running a little bit late. Little bit, little bit less organized this morning. It's been a long week. How's everyone else's week doing? This was not the week that I initially intended it having, I have to admit. Is it about Solid 1.7? I was intending to talk about Solid 1.7. Remember, I was like, yeah, we should talk about this really cool stuff we're working on. I did not work on Solid 1.7 this week. Not very much, at least. Yeah, I need this orange juice, honestly. I am tired. Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah, let's. Hi, everyone. Uh, yeah, so many people coming in to say hi. Yeah, we can go tell the Twitterverse here that we're streaming. Give me 2 seconds. Um, Although I admittedly just only advertised the stream 15 minutes ago, but we're live. What is it? Sorry, I know I'm not sharing anything on my screen yet. Twitch TV/Ryan Solid. I said we're, but technically I'm just live, right? I have no guests today or anything. All right, cool. All right, yeah. So for those unfamiliar with stream, I don't have a cool intro music or anything. So this is where I just kind of kill some time while people join on, get past their lovely Twitch pre-roll content, because I'm not clever enough to figure out how to run planned ads and stuff. And honestly, like when I'm by myself, it's kind of fine, but like trying to do like 3 hour streams with guests, like I usually do, and then like be like, oh, sorry, you gotta like stop right now. We're gonna take a break. Like stuff doesn't flow on a schedule that well. I'll tell you that much. We were here before the tweet. Yeah, I mean, we could talk a little bit about Dominic's framework as well. I think it's worth talking about. Yeah, no, there's lots of interesting stuff. We can look at Signia a little bit too. Why not? No, I don't ping people on our Discord. I have to admit, like there's occasionally times I'll do that. Like maybe if I do like a major version release or something. But I I get really I get really annoyed by getting pinged on Discord all the time, and not by like individual people. That's fine. They ask a question. I mean, those ones are fine because I'm like, okay, someone wants to know something. I'll go, see if I can help them. But it's like the everybody come check out our crap. Like I haven't figured out how to like mute that. I can like mute their whole channel, but like I still get pinged by that, and it's like marketing stuff that like isn't helpful. You know, I don't mind if people are like, hey, I don't understand this question about Solid, whatever. But like marketing stuff on channels, just it drives me nuts because like I see a number and I'm like, oh, I should have like 3 or 4 of these that I should go and look at, and then it's all like whatever. We got the signal that you were live. See what you did there? Yeah. This week in signal memes. I mean, we could talk about that too. Michael, your work is, you know, yeah, yeah. I mean, I was busy doing a lot of things this week, honestly. But yeah, it's definitely takes when you're in that position where you have the conversation, you definitely have to like put a lot of thought in it. Not the amount of time it takes for Theo to intro uh, signals. Sorry, it was funny. He was covering the signal stuff on stream when Dan replied to my post, and then I was like watching the stream in the background, kind of like going like, okay, I'm going to get started back on some solid JS work. And then it was like, I was like, oh, I'm going to have to respond to this, aren't I? Yeah. No. Okay. Have I killed enough time yet? Uh, let's see. Oh, see, there we go. This is important information. Yeah, everyone and here pings are especially on like other servers are really really annoying. All right, okay. I can't even keep up with chat. This is this is not usual here. Okay. No intro music is fine. Okay. I think I'm back on it. Yeah, okay. So let's give this little history, a little context, okay? The reason everything that happened this week and the whole, you know, I don't want to call it drama because some people are like, oh, if this is Twitter drama, this is kind of dull. And I think that's right because this isn't really too much drama, at least. It's like there's some like good discussion happening here, which is something that, I'm actually pretty happy about. Um, but the reason this all happened from my perspective is that, I mean, some people wouldn't have believed this, even though I've been telling people, I've been paying attention to Angular for the last several months. I've mentioned this on stream, and it's not just because I kind of knew they were going to go to Signals. It's because there's been like a change in the guard, so to speak. Like not completely. Like there's a lot of old time Angular people, but a lot of the people from the beginning moved on, different projects, and like there's new blood coming in with new ideas. And the truth of the matter is, Angular was always probably not as bad as people like to make it out to be. Honestly, I don't know Angular enough to know this, but one thing that was interesting to me was that there's a lot of like, and I think this happens to a lot of big companies where you have like lots of people working on projects. There's a lot of like experiments, little tertiary things you get a chance to actually work on, and they never see the light of day. And it's very interesting to me that like, things like Qwik came from, like Michiko actually presented it at an Angular conference in 2019 while he's still like Google, basically. He's like, this could be the future of Angular. And people are kind of like, but the ideas are there. And ever since I saw that, I'm like, okay, I was probably sleeping on Angular unfairly, because if I'd seen Michiko's presentation, a couple years earlier, I feel like it would have saved a lot of time. But anyways, I've had people from Angular on stream teach me, and Minko. We had Alex and Paul last week, and the thing is, Angular just has been coming back in the conversation, even for silly things like allowing self-closing tags, which seems like such a inane, stupid thing, but people are talking about it again. They're actually only just adding hydration at this point. Most frameworks have had hydration for like 5-ish years. Angular is almost there. They almost have hydration, so it's not like necessarily pushing the door open on like bleeding edge innovation from like the outward perspective. But there's a lot of really smart people re-examining like the fundamental position of one of the most largest used frameworks in the world, so like this is a huge impact. It doesn't matter what anybody on Twitter thinks about Angular. Angular is a widely used framework, and very smart people working on it, working on attacking the problems of the day now, and okay, this is a bit of like a lead-in, kind of like meander. But what I'm getting at is when Angular announced Signals, and I think we all remember that was couple weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Let's see if I can find it. Actually, no, I'm just gonna start presenting my screen because, like, why not? We'll just kind of go as we go. Not slides, sorry. All right, sure. Where were we? I mean, I gotta go back a little bit here. Yeah, today we are excited to open our first PR of the exploration into fine-grained reactivity. This is February 15th. From the moment this kind of was posted, a bunch of people are like, first of all, like signals, WTF, like what is this? But more, it's just like a whole bunch of people came out of the woodwork to talk about it because there's like a wave. Because with Vue already on fine-grained reactivity, Svelte having its own reactivity, but for most people's perspective, it kind of feels like this. Solid, obviously, Preact. I already mentioned Vue. I have to make sure I mention Vue because we always forget Vue. So I might mention Vue 2 or 3 times, and Vue. So suddenly Angular coming on. And Qwik. Sorry, it was like everybody talking about this reactivity thing, and it kind of got pushed pretty hard. Like not just this, because the Angular guys are just like, oh, here's an idea, but then like I think what really triggered this thing was builder guys with the Qwik guys are like, what was the blog? Use Signal is the future of frameworks. Interesting article. See, February 16th, one day later, from Mishko Hevery, right? MobX nailed it. Yeah, I mean, MobX was very, very important to this, right? MobX and Vue both were. I want to talk about it because you don't... It's kind of funny, like, they both have slightly different philosophies from where we're sitting right now because of the time period they came from, they probably there's certain elements of it that they like value more than other elements. Although I think this has been changing in Vue. Vue's been evolving, but in general, they solved a lot of the problems of the previous gen in very short order. People don't realize this, right? Preact already has what? Oh, Solid JS signals. Yeah. I guess I could say Solid already has that. We released a library to do that about 5 years ago. But that's we don't do what Preact does. Our version was more like what MobX does. Like Preact is actually doing something really cool with signals in a VDOM, and we've talked about it before. But that's not like where this started. Yeah, let me catch up with chat with a little bit. And can I open Twitch for a moment? Sorry, give me 2 seconds. My problem is I don't see all the extra stuff that comes in from Twitch, and I want to make sure that I don't miss anything or miss anyone. Yeah, here. How am I doing Twitch chat? You guys alive as well? Yeah. Okay, we're here. Okay. So what I'm getting at is Angular basically being like, hey, signals, just caused this like really aggressive push. And it's funny because I was not part of this aggressive push. Some people call me like the CEO of Signals out of this whole thing, and because all the content and teaching materials and stuff. And it was actually kind of a joke actually, because on Twitter, everyone's a CEO of a company, and they're like, it's kind of like a fake title. That's where that came from. But suddenly there was very, very, not like, oh, this is a cool idea, but like very like strong language, like this is why signals better, etc. And this article I think might have been like the tip off point, because sure, Angular gets them and people are talking about it and it's like hype, but then when this article comes out, like I think, where was it? Yeah, sorry, here's the CEO of Signals thing, but let me get here. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, see? This article shows up in the This Week in React thread. And yeah, it took about a week. Andrew Clark responds, I don't really mean to be too dismissive of the enthusiasm, but I just prefer to imagine a world where the main thing you think about when building components is something other than optimizing update performance. And this thread started really the debate, and then we had a whole bunch of other people kind of chime in. And I think I covered this on last week a bit, because this was like last, I want to say like Tuesday or something, like the week before. But I kind of involved myself in these conversations at the beginning of the week, and then I was very busy working on some other stuff. For some of you who don't know, one of the biggest Solid Start production websites was launched on Friday. And, with any first big production launch, we needed to actually spend some time ironing out all the kinks that only happened in production. Right? And so I kind of tuned in off this conversation by about Thursday, and it was kind of funny, because this just kept on going all weekend. People just kept on talking through Friday, through Thursday, having tons and tons of conversations about this stuff. And I was like, okay, let's let me show you what I'm talking about. I was like, let's where are my bookmarks? What I do for my stream, right? Because I try and grab bookmarks to people talking about stuff, so that I can like talk about points on thread. And then I found that like I was just like bookmarking like a whole bunch of stuff. There's even more here, stuff like I removed over time, like of just so many conversations, and I honestly couldn't be everywhere at once, and I couldn't respond to them all. So like I was like, this is just like chasing down craziness. Like it was, like there's so many pieces to pick out, and it's not just like I highlighted a few, but like what kind of stuff we have here? People from the community coming in, Mark Erickson. Which was the one that I was looking for? Like we got people, Jason Miller from Preact. There's a whole bunch of people, like this one. Like, I mean, there was, here's Pete Hunt. I think you guys should be way more aggressive in pushing back against this stuff. Throwing out React programming model and adopting something like Signals or worse, Signals plus a DSL is a huge step backwards. Yeah, huge step backwards. Most people haven't internalized that. No, can't change the. Where is it? I think today's React team navigated the transition from upstart to incumbent way better than I ever could, but the barbarians are at the gates. Once again, it might call for some new tactics. Right. So like if you go through this thread, I think the other Andrew had posted something earlier too, in a different thread. Let me see, was it not this one? This one, and then there's a whole, because like this thread was all about signals are all about performance, not about developer experience. And then this thread was all about, the original one was all about like it was also about DX, but then also devolved into this thing. Reactive programming is mostly a dead end. It generally trades initialization speeds or update speeds, which is mostly the opposite of what you want in UIs. The hardest part of React's fake reactor is lining up the data sources to the screen once. And it's not like the core team is without like their bias. Like I have my bias. Like tweets like this get responses like very wise, like, and like it is the whole cast of the React documentary actually, because I guess Jordan Walk wasn't. Here's Jordan Walk, creator of React. I was going to elaborate on this exact point, so glad you mentioned it. Setting up subscriptions has a cost, and some of the most important updates are actually generating large new blocks of content, such as writing new feeds story as you scroll. Yeah, he's absolutely right. This was a good argument 10 years ago. But like this is sort of the thing. As I said, there was so much of this from I don't think Devin from Parcel, like a whole bunch of people, just like a lot of stuff, and I was just like, there was no possible way. I got to Sunday, and I'm like trying to like turn off my phone, hang out with my family, have a good weekend, and it's just like it's like ding ding ding, like I was like, let me sorry if I. Let me go back to where I pulled this. No, I went too far. Is it this one? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think I went to the wrong one. What was I want? Bookmarks. Okay. Like this conversation where I got all these Dan quotes from, where I used in the article later where he's talking about React solved, React fixed. Sad to see this, forgotten. Was this like conversation? People in the community were like having, quite the conversation here, going really deep into the weeds. Right. And yeah, sorry. Here's the infamous now. I guess the one that kind of like pushed more of the like, whoa, what's going on thing. Like there's no way I think anyone could actually make sense of this, right? I'm just setting up the stage here because like literally this is like my like this is Friday, Saturday, like I don't know. I decided at the beginning of the week that playing into this narrative was not going to be helpful or productive in any sort of way. That I needed to focus the narrative and put everything side by side so that we could talk about this in a way. I didn't abstain completely, I have to admit, but because like it just kept on coming up. But I tried my best to focus everything into a few discussions, a few focused perspectives or like narratives to talk about, and then we can move on from there. So that's what I did on Sunday. Just kind of recap because I was like, there's a lot of like, does it scale and stuff, and I think these are fair questions, right? When I was talking about that DAX conversation in here, if we get to not the raw values one, sorry. It's hard to keep track of all these threads in your head. No, not that one, it's a fix one. Not that one, sorry. There's so many of these. If you get down to the does it scale thing, there's this like, there's like a whole range of degrees on this. Like it might be my big companies talking, but I feel like I never know if something truly scales until there's 100 people working on the same thing for a few years, right? Like this is a very fair statement to make. Right? Like you don't know completely. Like Solid and a lot, for me was mostly because of continuing a pattern that I'd already had worked very well for our teams at our startup, maintaining software over a long period of time. But we were not a 100-person team, right? I think that's why Angular adopting signals is like a very different kind of signal part of language, because it's like if they think that this is something that could scale, that puts a lot more credibility than anything I could possibly say. So like, oh, sorry, this is just a complete tangent, but I can answer this really quickly. You can't, you'd have them then make it always an object, right? Like, if you just had a number, then you couldn't just, you'd have to pass the object and then get a property. What's the name of that property? Maybe it's dot value. In a sense, some signal implementations do this. Preact does to something, but they, at that point, because it's a fixed property name, you just like use a getter. You don't drop the promise. But yeah, the functions are actually incredibly valuable for like composition and stuff, and I can talk about that in a minute. But I just wanted to kind of just very quickly put out there that like JavaScript language is why there's basically two types of reactivity in these libraries. Why there is a signal or shallow ref if you use Vue, or observable box, observable I think it's called if you use MobX, and there's like the store or reactive in Vue or whatever. It's because of this discrepancy of not being able to watch atomic state in JavaScript. Okay, sorry, little aside, but that's why we're here. Ask me questions. Let's keep, you know, I'll do what I can. So anyway, this kind of brings me back to like this is good discussion to happen. Like, I mean, I honestly couldn't hope for like, this is like a really good outcome, because I can sit here and tell everyone, you know, like there's really cool stuff with signals and you can do these cool technology things and it's really great to develop on and you could do all this stuff, but like, who cares, right? Like, up to this point, the React team has mostly been like, you know, if that's a good model, we'll use it. You know, we're not very interested, which is a very, you know, they don't have to be. They're the incumbent. They can be a little dismissive. They can just be like, you know, we're good. We're good. But this like completely invites the conversation. So we get to have a discourse and a dialogue now. And that's great, because then all those discussions from 10 years ago get to be revisited. Like, I've been waiting a very long time to revisit some of this stuff, because I'll tell you, like, I didn't completely agree with everything that React said when it came out. I think there might have been like, you know, all I could do was like, you know, people seem to like this. Well, who am I to say any different, right? But now we get to have the discussion again, and that is awesome. So thank you, React team, because that's why everyone's here to talk about this stuff. It's because of you. That makes me excited, and it's a good sign, you know, when we talk and think about these things for like how the web moves forward, because like now we get to, you know, every once in a while it's good to reevaluate things. Right? So anyways, yeah, as I said, I've had a lot of time to think about this, you know. I cut a lot of stuff out of my articles about my own personal journey here, because when I realized it wasn't actually relevant to the conversation, but like there was a certain point when I was both writing the first two articles that I kind of like wrote a bunch of content that was kind of like solid specific about my journey, and then I was like, you know what? It distracts from what's important, so I cut it all. But I want to say for myself personally, it's been incredible to see people talk about this again. Because honestly, I say this seriously, there was a very long period that I just did not think. I thought the world had moved on. I didn't agree with it, but like, I mean, what can you do? People like what they like. But the thought now that, you know, maybe people could like other stuff is actually really exciting. Yes, I published another article today. Yes, I published 3 articles this week. Oh, did I miss a question, Kelvin? Let me see if I can go up. Yes, basically yes. There might be like some small details in the implementation and stuff, but shallow ref in Vue and create signal in Solid are basically the same thing. I've said it over and over again. No one ever believes me. I'm just like, I didn't invent any of this stuff. This stuff has been sitting here, like just waiting for people to like take notice. And the challenge is Vue had a really difficult position to be in their early years because they were a reactive library. I believe they chose it mostly for DX. Evan worked at Meteor. He on the Meteor project, he'd worked on some like experimental kind of UI. Like watch the Vue documentary; it's great too. And he liked just like the power and the connectivity of reactivity. You see this very prevalent, but his biggest concern was he wanted to present something that people could feel like they could just pick up. They could just use. They didn't need maybe, like they could just take their data, they could, mutate it and then just do the thing. And in that time period, Angular, React, both basically were like, we're just using plain POJOs, plain JavaScript objects, right? Yeah, I mean, we'd gone from a world where we had these models like Backbone, and kind of MVC mentality, to like one where we're like trying to find smart ways that we could just like use JavaScript kind of loosely and then update UIs, and Knockout was like, here are these things you have to deal with. It's not like RX, like here's like 70 operators, but like there's still like the data is a thing. And Vue, knowing this, we're like, let's hide that. We'll just make something that's almost like a class. People like classes from Angular. They like class-like things in React. Backbone. It was actually like a fairly common pattern. And they're like, what if we just got rid of all like the manual wiring and it just kind of just worked? So Vue had this reactivity like right at the beginning, pretty much, except, like I don't know if their version was always as sophisticated as it was during the 2.0 thing. I get an impression that Vue 2.0 and MobX sort of like are the same kind of level of like things advancing. I feel like Vue 1 was probably closer to Knockout, but I don't know this for sure. I'd have to investigate. But essentially, they hid reactivity. It was not popular. React had already kind of made it like look like it was like a faux pas, like it was just like not good. So like coming up in that world was challenging to say, right? So I think this is why Vue gets kind of missed on this a lot, because Vue didn't take up this like modern signals looking API till 2020, right? So people, when they look at the trace and stuff, they're like, oh yeah, Solid.js did that since 2 years before them, and all the other guys it's almost like they just jumped in the fray now, but that's not really accurate. And because Vue has always used it, they didn't want to bandwagon with the new trend. They're just like, what are you talking about? This is us, right? It didn't make sense for them to market. It was something that they saw a certain value with, but didn't understand maybe how the value in marketing it. I think Evan had a tweet where he said as much, where he was like, I think we might have missed an opportunity here to, so yeah, that's like kind of my perspective on Vue. Vue was there all along, in a sense. Like I remember that there's times in my history where I was like looking at it and I was like maybe Vue is going to be my framework. But the fact that they hid the reactivity, and I understand why, just rubbed me wrong, really wrong early on, because of like, I'm a bit of an enthusiast, because I'm like, the pieces that I actually liked about the reactivity weren't that like, oh yeah, this just auto updates. It was that the composition patterns, like the way we use hooks today, that same pattern of like wrapping and building primitives. And that wasn't what Vue was. And I mean, even then I was kind of like, yeah, we'll see how it kind of pans out around like early solid release days. And then they did the function RFC, and the Vue community was like, this looks too much like React hooks. And I was like, okay. This is going to be a uphill battle for them, even though like they have maybe more right to the paradigm than anyone else. Their community, like there's a perception thing on the community that has to be, looked over. Anyway, so how everyone's still here with me? Yeah, it's like I finally catch up to chat, so they are the same. Yeah, it's like yeah, 10 minutes later. Yep, Meteor. There was a lot of reactive libraries. Like this was a thing. Like coming out of that, you just get in that perspective. This kind of, let's try if you weren't there at the time, like. You've got jQuery, and you've got this way of like manipulating the DOM, but then you start seeing like, hey, the server, you can build more sophisticated apps. How do we build more sophisticated apps in the client? And you're like, okay, maybe like MVC is a really good pattern, like separates our logic concerns from our view concerns, and we let's build out this thing. And then like we start doing that, and it kind of works, except there's this like ghost in the machine. Is the way I'm going to put it. Like, because like on the server, it's kind of like stateless, or the state's in the database. So you're kind of like, it's not like really ephemeral state that much. Like there's maybe you have the session or something, but you're like, like the timing of this stuff couldn't have been better, right? Because this is the same time that the backends are like, kill the monoliths, move to microservices, So you start distributing stuff and like, we want stateless servers. So it's like, where does the state go? Like the ephemeral state. And the problem is MVC doesn't really have a slot for ephemeral state. Like it's like we have our model, we have our viewer controller. It's like where do we put state? Like this little piece of state. Do we it was an ng scope. Like Angular actually I think hit this and Ember and some of the other ones, and they were kind of like they had to like invent more concepts. Like there's this joke about MVC++, like where they just kept on inventing concepts. And this is purely a misalignment around what state is. And it caused basically a rewrite in almost all the initial frameworks. The interesting thing was Knockout never had this problem because the controllers weren't singletons, they were instances. So the state had a clear place to be owned, the view model. For people who don't know what view models are, you could basically pretend they're components. Like there's some differences, but like this was like a very early version of what would become the component model later. But the difference is it's more like Solid's component model. It's like it wasn't causing the components to update. It was just like a container that handled instances of state basically wrapped in a closure. So people, towards after like the initial backbone kind of phase, like Angular is really popular because it's plain object thing, but like there's people experimenting with this reactive stuff. And CanJS, there's a few others, Meteor we're talking about. And like, so at that time period, like people were playing around with these patterns, and you had like, even stuff like backbone models with their subscriptions and stuff weren't like completely out of the picture. Like you could, like, because they had that same way of doing event propagation. So like maybe you don't want backbone views, but you could use backbone models. And this was, kind of cool because now we had state and all these driven things. And you can, when you stop there from like a performance standpoint, you're kind of like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. We, especially coming after jQuery, like instead of like just gutting the whole DOM or, inner HTMLing it, we can just like use events and then do really like fine-grained updates to make sure our stuff works. Like what's better than that? That seems like the ideal. The problem was these state libraries were not sophisticated. They were like basically little more than message queues, and you could just like update a few things and be like, like blow things up and make weird loops where you have one state update cause another state update. Like people weren't like deriving data properly. They were just like ping-ponging. It was like playing a game of, table tennis. And like this was a mess. And then it couldn't even be worse is that at the exact same time this is happening, okay, everyone was like kind of enamored with this magic of just being able to like update the DOM and the state and have it all just update and be very declarative. Like you just be like, look, my input is this value. They are 1. And then you don't need all this boilerplate from jQuery. It just was really clean. And everybody did this, and it was called two-way binding. So suddenly you're not only playing ping pong down the tree, you're like playing ping pong up the tree. And for different frameworks, this meant different things. But like, it was definitely a thing that was happening. Like, it actually didn't bug me that much with Knockout, because with a fine-grained renderer, like, yeah, doing a bunch of extra execution is bad, but what's the worst thing that happens? You end up updating like the one text field that goes, oh wait, I've already been updated. Why are you doing these loops a few times? But for things like Angular, this was like terrible, because Angular's process was like, let's like dirty check the whole tree and check each value, and then like, oh, someone ping pong something back up the tree, and they're like, oh, it could change. We should dirty check the whole tree. Oh, back up. Like this was like a really awkward thing. And at a certain point, logic differences would cause like things where like you'd shortcut to get out of the loop or something, and suddenly you'd have stuff out of date. And this is the world that React came into. It was a shit show. I'm sorry. Like I can empathize why 10 years ago they felt like that. Yeah, Elm had signals, and I didn't talk about Elm too much in my article because they weren't my direct influences. But yes, Elm was very Elm was in its principles. Though they removed signals to my idea, they really focused in on having a single paradigm around their like, what is it, model update, whatever. I don't know model view intent. I forget what their exact pattern's called, but like, yes, Elm was, so what do we got here? Yeah, okay. People talking about Vue hiding stuff. I got to catch up with chat. Sorry, I was on a little bit of a tirade. I think this is an interesting take, and it came up in my discussion with Dan. He didn't really understand that, but like, or he didn't like. Maybe either the React team just literally just never looked at it that way, or like they're like, it was kind of like I think the problem is like, from a functional programming perspective, these concepts come up too. Like, to be fair, reactivity is also a branch of functional programming. Like, they tie into each other. In academia, there's a whole long, bunch of like different approaches where these kind of overlap and solve, like different models. So like they sort of never looked at it this way, even though like from like the surface level, like it like really looks similar. But anyway, you start getting to understand where the React perspective came from, because basically the web of 2013 or 12 or whatever, on average, even, and you have to understand, it's not really its fault. This was a time of innovation. There's so many new frameworks, new ideas coming up, that like it hadn't settled down yet. And the React team was like, retain mode is not good. You need immediate mode. And people are like, what? How can you do that? And for those who don't know, in graphics, there's two basic kind of concepts of how you handle UIs. You either have this idea of like a model that you mutate, that stays around. And this is like the DOM is this. Like a DOM is an example of a retain mode thing. And what's amazing about it is like the performance is really good, and you can have like these constructs built around it. It's almost like OOP kind of feeling to it, where you're like, oh, I have these objects, and then I change them, and they have special interfaces, and that's how I manage, updates. So positive here, really performant. But the opposite side, and you find this in actually most modern like 3D games and engines, is the idea of immediate mode, which is like, screw that, we're just going to render the whole next frame, and we're not going to keep anything around, and we're just going to do it. What's interesting about immediate mode, and what makes it really good for graphics, is that you have some kind of consistency. And I don't mean consistency, like there's a point of like, if you re-render everything, it's going to be consistent to that point in time. It's hard to like get out of sync, but not even that consistency. There's a consistency that, roughly speaking, you know how expensive it is to render a frame, roughly, because each time you render a frame, you go through the whole same process again. So like there's consistency from the perspective of like, you know how much you need in resources. This can fluctuate, as more items get in the graph or what in the scene graph or whatever. But like generally speaking, frame to frame, you know what to expect. So you basically schedule everything around there, and there's less surprises, and you get, if you can get past the raw performance aspect of it, it's pretty smooth. The thing with retained mode is like, it's kind of like bursts. Like you don't know, like you literally could go multiple frames without practically updating anything, like super optimized, and then have to do a whole bunch of changes, and then suddenly like, right? I'm not like, with a well-designed retained mode approach, yeah, you're not going to do any worse than you're going to do on one of those frames in the immediate mode, but it's like less predictable. Like if you're basing your physics or your engine, on the game loop, and you're kind of going like, how long does it take? How should I schedule this? You don't really know with retained mode, where with immediate mode, you kind of go like, yeah, I can do about this much. This is how often I, slice into the timing. So for game graphics, as I said, if you can get past the raw performance, it makes a ton of sense. And that's the kind of philosophy that React brought into web frontend. That's why they care about things like time slicing and whatnot, because like, fundamentally, the approach is inefficient. Like it just, but the question is like, if you can schedule it, treat it like a game, then like doesn't matter. And that's kind of where React came into this conversation. Oh, you all are great. Yeah, maybe. That might be fun. Okay, so yeah, I mean, maybe one day we could talk this out. I don't know. Maybe it'll be easier to do in person. The whole value of Vulkan is even more retained state, not reset the footprint. See, that's the thing. I don't know where 3D graphics are today. That was something that I was really into when I was younger. So I'm very familiar with these analogs, because actually before I got into web dev, I wanted to be a game developer. So but anyways, just let me pull up something to at least anchor our conversation for a minute, because otherwise I can tangent this like crazy, right? So Sunday, I was like, I'm gonna have to address all these tweets, but I can't even address all these tweets without like giving people some context, because if I go and respond to all the tweets and like, that I've been collecting all week, people are gonna like just come back at me and be like, I have no clue what you're talking about, right? Like there's too much specific background knowledge. So I was like, you know what the problem is? We've been living in a React world, VDOM world. No one is really like, no, a lot of people don't know all the stuff about Vue I was just saying. And sorry, you guys. Sorry, this is. Duncan was the drummer of my band, where that Solid.js got its name from. So this is just nice to have you here, Duncan. Anyway. Right. So, anyways, I wanted to kind of talk about this, and I just went in length about what I was talking about here. Like, sure, this looks a lot like hooks, but like there was craziness. And if anyone, I showed this on my React stream that I did a couple months ago, where I was talking about like it was a React focused, the React most prolific JavaScript framework, whatever. This talk by Jing Chen is like my favorite talk from the early React days. I know Pete Hunt did one, and Tom O is like the intro of this, and he's done other talks and stuff. But like, and obviously that early Jordan Walk talk, where people like really got confused about JSX and stuff. Like, Jing Chen just laid it out in a way that me as an engineer working in the field at the time understood. It was like, yeah, why does this stuff just bounce back and forth? I'm not going to play the talk again right now, but like, there was a point in the middle of the talk where where she showed this graph, and it's like it was like, sorry, why did they put this up here? Sorry, it was like yeah, man, like, ouch. And like, this is a real thing that, but the problem here is like the takeaway wasn't so obvious. I think the takeaway here is like unidirectional flow is a good thing. Data binding, like two-way data binding, can be really dangerous if it can be cyclical, right? And this was the takeaway of the talk, but this is when I started paying attention. But I think the challenge is that at the point that React came on the scene, people are just like, oh yeah, throw this garbage out. We got a solution. The thing is, the thing is like, where I was getting at here is people worked on this problem. And we talked about MobX already. Someone's like, MobX solved everything. Yeah, MobX kind of did solve everything. And they solved everything back when they were called Mobservable back in 2015. I mean, I understand why MobX might not be as popular today in React as, other solutions, but that's because of the impedance mismatch. In the same way that React sits over the DOM in kind of like this isn't quite the same thing, like it tries to abstract. Putting like MobX on top of React has kind of been the same sort of like, does this fit quite right? They've done an amazing job of kind of tying it together, but like the thing is, regardless of how MobX has been, which has largely been tied into its success with React, it was the one that enforced the idea of deriving values. Like, what can be derived should be derived. This is like probably like at the first line in the MobX docs. And Michelle goes into this like really well in this article that I linked in here. This is one of the algorithm isn't the same today, but if you do ever get a chance and you want to like understand how like reactive propagation works, this article is great. And this graphic actually shows the key part of it. It actually can walk through the graph to make sure that each node only executes once and in order for a given change or set of changes. This completely stops the problem we were seeing before, pretty much. Like, unless you're doing really dumb stuff here in red to like cycle back into blue, generally speaking, it is one direction. It is derived. It is consistent. It is predictable execution. And this alone, I would hope, if I could like explain this, would have been enough to be like, okay, case closed, But I think a lot of this is why I started with this article, because I wanted to talk about these solution here, because I think a lot of the sentiment is like, heaven forbid, I write some articles and then, I like go on Reddit and see what the trolls have to say. Reddit is a fun one. You can write something that is perfectly coherent, basically not arguable against, from like both parties in a debate would agree on, and then people will downvote it. Reddit is a funny place. But I started to see, reading around, I realized that like sometimes you got to like connect the dots. So you can't just kind of stop here. But as a foundation, MobX started the progress of talking about the state in a derived way and moved towards what we call pull-based semantics. Reactivity was push-based originally. Right. And the push-based semantics, while obvious they have the ability to update things that change, were not nearly as good as deferring work to when you needed the work to happen. And this is a fundamental difference. React is what we call pull-based, where you say, hey, I've updated some state, and then you're like, okay, now I know that something has changed. At some point later, I'm going to rerun everything, which is basically like pull through the system, like get the values, ask for them as I go, and then render the next UI. Push-based systems and pull-based systems kind of fight against each other a bit because of when they do the work. But what MobX has started a trend was towards push-pull, where it's still it's almost like React in the sense that you push the notification of change, like you go set state, but then you don't do the work until you ask for it. And I think the earliest versions of MobX weren't like purely this way, but this was the start of that switchover in mentality. Because the difference is, unlike React, which was obviously more knowledgeable than Angular. Angular was like, hey, something's changed. Zone.js has just told me that this event has ended. We should just check everything. React was like, okay, there's a component here that has changed. Presumably anything below this component could have changed. With these reactive libraries, it was more like, yeah, generally speaking, this is all the possible data points that could change. We should check that. So it's just a granularity question on the same thing. So from this point on, which is very early, like 2015 time period, the major gripe about the difference between frameworks like reactivity and reactive basically already vanished. Reactivity had a second. Okay, sorry. Actually, before I go here, Dev, you got a question? If a hyperlevel feature, some sort of reactive primitive is built into JavaScript language like Destiny, who would have an easier time adopting it, React or Solid? That is an interesting question. It depends on what it looks like. You're right that the interesting thing is if you have a reactive system already, reactive systems sometimes don't play with other reactive systems as well. But on the other hand, if it was designed in such a way that it could just be the base primitive, then I think that it would if it could be a replacement effectively, it would definitely be easier to integrate into the reactive libraries because you already write that way in a derived way. Like that's already the approach. Solid is push. No, Solid is still push pull, but if I go back to this silly graph here, Solid is more like push the green stuff and then run the red stuff in a separate queue. We actually multi-queue, and it's kind of funny. We push green and then like pull red, if that makes sense. So we're not we were based on S.js, which is a library that's actually older than MobX, and it was more push based. It's sign of the times. But the one thing that I did with Solid was actually separate the effects from the derived state, and this is why Solid can do stuff like concurrent rendering, time slicing, most of the fancy React stuff. It is a little bit more complicated than I would like it to be, admittedly, but it is because we are also a push-pull hybrid. So Solid is not perfect in that sense, and we're working to making that better. But again, Solid has all the glitch-free guarantees here and has that same ability to schedule. That's important. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do like concurrent rendering. it's or it's way more like the React they're building towards than the React team realized. Okay, so there's another there is another concern that we don't talk about very much, but I think it's important to talk about here, is that you have to deal with memory, leaky observer pattern. It's classic Gang of Four stuff here, and that's that reactive libraries, the subscriptions usually happen on both sides. You have a state, like a signal, and you have an effect. While it's true that the effect subscribes to the signal, so when the signal changes, it notifies and runs the effect every time. In order to do the bookkeeping, we generally backlink. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to like unsubscribe when we needed to. So this is just like part of it. And if you watch my Angular stream, the guys for Angular are doing some really clever stuff with weak references in order to like try and like loosen this coupling. But generally speaking, there is a two like directional subscription mechanism in these observer things, which means that if you have a long-lived signal, if you don't manually dispose of the side effects, they will keep there in memory forever, and they can accrue, and you can have memory leaks. This was not fun in knockouts. It rarely happened usually, but when it did, when you're trying to do like fancy stuff, like you wouldn't nest reactivity in knockout, because if every time it ran, it created more reactive primitives, you'd have to like be bookkeeping it. I made patterns that did this, but it was always complicated because you're like, okay, now I have to register these effects. I got to keep track of them so that and then when it runs again, I got to clean these, and like you have to do all this stuff. Luckily, this library S.js came out, and S.js is really cool in that it took a really unique take. It's not that unique in the whole scheme of the 40 years or 50 years of reactivity we've had, but they model their stuff after digital circuits, and this just spoke to me. I mentioned on previous streams, I don't know if anyone's ever played with FMPGA boards or whatever, like the thing where you like do VHDL or whatever, and you design, or Verilog, you like design circuit basically using hardware descriptive languages, and you talk about everything in terms of like almost basically like signals, the ideas. What's really interesting about these kind of programming languages is that even though you have control flow, it has to reach a steady state. The model is that like in your head is that like at any point in time when you change a value, like the whole system propagates at the same time. It's not a this then this. You'd have to inject things like buffers in order to break up that. Like there's this idea of a clock. And it's funny, I remember this in school because we had labs. Some people had a really, really hard time with this, like because it was like not like the programming. It's not like when you do C programming, like compared to like style programming, because of this like fact that like that kind of programming is very much like this, then this, and this, and this. This was like, no, when you update this, it applies everywhere at the same time. And the basic idea is you kind of build the logic around this driving of the clock cycle, the edges, and on each clock tick, you have this like change of state that propagates. And the way you write the program is like this. And it's so funny. I loved this stuff. Like I remember we like even the lab, they'd have bonus things and like make little graphics or like make like a little video game type thing, like make like Pong and stuff. I sped through that stuff. I sometimes finished the lessons like 4 times faster than like the given time. Like I just love this kind of thing. And it makes sense. Reactivity is kind of the same programming model. And S.js really embraced this by making their whole setup around these clock cycles. Like basically you could only update a value within the same clock cycle or it throws. That's a very hard constraint to live by. And even things like MobX kind of slip, but it is a very good constraint to have. Solid obeyed that constraint for quite some time, but it actually ended up being like a little bit confusing. I did loosen up, but I have a lot of respect for the approach that S took. But as I said, the big thing that S did was most reactive libraries are like, oh, here's a signal, here's an effect, go dispose it. So it's like, no. If you're going to create a bunch of effects, you need to give them a zone. like an area that they live in. And then, if when you're done with your application, you can throw that away. You can dispose of it. But what we're going to do is inside that zone, so to speak, using the same trick that we use to track dependencies, we're going to track every child reactive computation, every child computed value or derived value or side effect. And if the parent reruns, it will release the children, and so on and so on. So you can do this kind of nesting, and you don't have to worry about dispose. You never have to call dispose yourself until the program is over, like when you're done. And this is the foundation of what makes the rendering in Solid like it is today work, essentially, where it didn't have to like hinge itself off, keeping a strong tie between the, like classically things in Knockout, you'd have like the DOM element and these like data bindings being really strongly tied together. And then you'd have to do bookkeeping to clean up the data bindings. Instead, the reactive system bound to itself, which basically meant that you could view the DOM as just a side effect that got automatically cleaned up. And that is just Adam Hill, who created this library, and Surplus, which is, often called Solid's predecessor, developed this approach and basically, put in the benchmarks. No one paid attention really, but showed that like he's the reason that Solid exists and that project exists. In early days, we were trying to like merge efforts to a certain degree, but like it never ended up panning out that way. But like, and he kind of moved on from the project largely. But like S.js basically came up with the model that gets used, and it's basically the foundation. So this is for me is huge because it's funny. I was talking to some people. I forget, it was like Fabio from Vobi and a couple other guys. Maybe it was Alexis Compostate and stuff. And the current reactive libraries, they were talking about they're poking at something and like, oh, this framework doesn't even have ownership disposal or whatever. And it's like, this was not common. Vue just added that. I think they call it effect scope or something. Like in, I think it was after Vue 3. It was like it was like the summer after. So it might have been still 2020 or 2021 or something. Like this is a great concept. And as I said, S.js pioneered it to basically show how this could work. And the thing is, once you had that tree, I just went wild with it. That's how Solid's context works, right? It doesn't use the DOM. It uses the nested reactive tree. And this kind of approach to rendering is incredibly powerful. And I just, want to point out that this is why some people are like, oh, well, I don't want to touch these reactive libraries. They all require a compiler. So every platform would be different. If I want to do 3D or native, I need to suddenly, that seems like something that I couldn't do. I choose React because of cross-platform. Guess what? This lets reactivity be cross-platform because I told you it made the DOM just side effects. And when you make it just side effects, it doesn't matter what it's doing. It could be doing something for 3D. It could be, I don't know, rendering mobile stuff. Like no one's made, Solid native because it's an incredible amount of work. Some people have actually started. There is actually a Solid native project where they're wrapping React Native, but like it's incredible work to kind of do that. But like it is not an obstacle for the approach. Like you don't need. Like in Solid's case, we actually have 3 modes to our compiler. There's more like smaller things, but like hydrate or not hydrate. But like high level, you have the DOM, then you have the string compiler for SSR, and then you have the universal compiler. And there is differences between the DOM and the universal compiler, but they are very similar. And that universal compiler can work with any target platform, right? Right, someone made Solid Inc. I say someone, but Nikhil made Solid Inc. He made Solid 3. Funny thing with Nikhil is he'll go build a library over the weekend, and then it'll just sit there forever. But it's like incredible. Like he literally learned Solid the same week and built 3 universal rendering things because he just looked at the React version and he was like, okay, copied over and it basically just worked. He had to do like a couple little things, but like it's because the interface for like what goes into defining a custom renderer is reactivity agnostic. It's just like, how do you create an element? How do you update properties? You define that behavior, and then like the reactivity just drives it. What's really cool though, obviously, is like with something like Solid, then I don't know if anyone's familiar with React 3. You generally don't use React state to update things. Like they have their own clock cycle, their own update. The reason React 3 is performant is because you don't use React to manage the state. But it's kind of interesting with Solid. It's like it seems quite possible that you could just use the state built into Solid to actually update it because it's like fine-grained, it's that efficient. So my understanding with the experimentation is that there were still performance things. So a lot of people were still playing with like very specific solutions. But I don't think that's unsolvable because the model should be able to just work without, like, you should be able to use Solid to do this stuff and not need to like other state, because literally that's what Solid does. All right. So a little bit of a tangent here, but I just wanted to kind of talk about like just how important S.js and surplus are here. People don't like necessarily tie the dots, but so we got MobX that basically solved all the weird graph stuff. We have surplus taking care of disposal, showing that you can render, you can basically render things without, in such a way that you don't have to kind of worry about like bookkeeping. And then Vue, I gave as a third thing here, is because Vue has a virtual DOM, which makes it really interesting. It was, MobX plus React or Vue are kind of like similar in that sense. It's not like the new signal stuff you see with Preact or Qwik with the virtual DOM. Like both of those frameworks use virtual DOMs as signals in like a new way. But this is interesting because if you had a virtual DOM, kind of there, and you have these signals there, getting them to play together sometimes isn't the easiest. And Vue's probably has definitely has the most experience of trying to like find the perfect balance, with those tensions between like the fact that like, virtual DOMs want really, really small components for updating, and but like when you have reactivity driving those state updates, you actually don't want like a billion like effect wrappers everywhere because they're heavier. So you'd rather have larger components, and those two things kind of are at odds. I've gone into that in a separate stream, but my point is Vue has figured out how to navigate that with optimizing their virtual DOM with signals in mind. And one of the most interesting things to me about them was that they basically, most reactive systems are all about synchronous guarantees. So they don't really worry about scheduling, like especially kind of like along the MobX train of thing. Like you were like, if I update the state, I want to make sure that it all synchronizes, that clock cycle, so to speak, right? Vue was like, well, I want this to be easy, and we have a poll-based system, so if you ask for a value, we can always give you the most current value. So why don't we just queue it in a microtask, anything that happens, whatever, next microtask, pull it together, and at that point do the work. And this kind of detachment, was like the next step on this whole, like the arrows are reversed. If this was push, it'd be state, to derive state, maybe to the effect. But the Vue kind of flopped this around. MobX had two, but Vue, because of the VDOM, showed how you could put these things together. And like, for example, some people have been probably following, and React has been working on like an off-screen component. So you could like keep pages cached and then like go back to them. With a push-based reactive system, is that like kind of awkward, because yes, you know exactly what changed, but you might not care that it's something off the screen that's changed. So what Vue showed us was like keep alive has been in Vue for years. They had that off-screen capability. How do you do that with a reactive system? Well, the VDOM helps a little bit here, but it's actually more the fact that they have reversed the flow. So they can just go like, okay, these effects don't need to run when they're not on screen, so we don't need to do the work, and it doesn't propagate. So in a sense, like this is the secret. Like this is how you can do all of these like more fancy scheduling tricks that you're seeing in React in these reactive systems. Vue basically cracked the code for that. So between these three libraries, MobX, S.js, and Vue, in my opinion, all the pieces were there except everybody, like, so in their ways, generally didn't necessarily respect what React was doing. I'm a huge React fan. I think I've made that very clear at this point. React did really good things, right? So how do you take all of this stuff and apply not like do what React does, but apply the learnings that React had, like unidirectional flow, explicit setters, all the kind of stuff that gives you the control and composability of your applications. Because as I said, Vue was not into composition. MobX was, you had your classes and stuff. So how do you put this all together, into the compelling story? Sorry, just catching up on chat again because I was talking so long. Greg from Leptos is talking about some stuff, like several minutes behind. Okay. Yeah, okay. Where are we going here? Yeah, S.js reminds me of something floating in my head. Really like what's all is it has a style to it. Yeah, different styles work differently. Thank you. Yeah, and I think that's something that I touched on in the last article. Yeah, what do I think about Vue Vapor? I mean, how could I not like Vue Vapor? Vue Vapor is like I saw when Evan put the slides on screen. I was like, wait, is this solids compiled output? And then I was like, oh no, he did this cool trick where he didn't put the closing tags in the string, and we might do that at some point. But it's cool. You don't actually if you know the structure when you do analysis, you can actually shrink the strings smaller because you don't need all the closing tags. The HTML will close it for you. It's funny. That's what I focused on when I watched it because Vue Vapor and what we're doing with Solid is basically the same thing. When they release that, I have almost no doubts it's going to have the same kind of performance as Solid, So if like just straight up, like people talk about like all these characteristics I talk about Solid, Vue Vapor will have it. I'm not as sure about other techniques, other compilation things people are doing, but this I am sure about. Vue Vapor will be fast. The other thing though is Vue Vapor is kind of like, I know you saw some of my work I was doing by putting solid components inside React. Vue inside Vue Vapor or Vue Vapor inside Vue is going to be a bit of that. There is a mismatch between Vue today and Vue Vapor. I think Vue Vapor is great. I think that it's going to be interesting to see how if Vue Vapor picks up like how the ecosystem shifts along with it. But generally speaking, like Vue Vapor, like how could I not like it? So, I mean, yeah, like Evan knows what's up. Evan knows what time it is. Something we don't talk about here a ton is that with the reactivity, it's really easy to model other systems. You just have these primitives, so you're just like, okay, what do I need to do? Like, do I put a VDOM in my reactivity? Do I do this? Like, this is why Evan has been able to like basically at any point go like, yeah, I like that, I like that, I like that, I like that, and it's why like even with Solid, when I go and especially early on, I was like, okay, React thinks this is valuable to do, let's try it, and then you're like, how does this happen so easily or quickly? And it's just like the reactivity gives you this like incredible ability to tie a bunch of different things together on a single state system. So it's just like it's kind of like a superpower here, right? That Evan understands very, very well. These things are constantly evolving. Vue 3 had a big update that made it, smarter, or maybe it's 3.2. Solid's latest stuff that we're working on is even, take it the next step. Angular, Preact, everyone's kind of working in this zone. I can say that at periods of time, this is true. I don't know at the current time, but at this point, I'm not. If I say something now, it'll be wrong tomorrow. So we're not going to worry about that. Well, they almost went that way, and then they pulled out last minute, which I think was really, really smart, but that's a whole other thing. All right. So, yeah, I mean, this article kind of goes to the future, but this I like starting here because I got to celebrate a lot of really cool work happening. Those libraries I was inspired by, and I got to talk about some really cool other projects. Angular picking it up, Preact, Qwik. Qwik does some pretty cool stuff with it. But for the most part, other than this piece at the end where I'm just like, hey, there's some cool stuff, that I hint at here. For the most part, I'm just suggesting that we're all kind of, heading towards the same language. And even when you have people like Andrew Clark going, we might add a signals like primitive to React, but I don't like the way you write code with it. It's great for performance, but I prefer React's model where you pretend. Pretend is the key word here. The whole thing is recreated every time. Our plans to use a compiler to achieve comparable performance, right? I think I like this is, to be fair, the first article and the third article kind of tie up a noose where they kind of come to the same conclusion. But there is a lot of really cool stuff going on, which I talk about in the third article in reactivity. But let's get to the. Let's move this forward and get to like I feel like what ended up happening was I wrote this article and I was like, okay, sweet. People are pretty happy with it. Kind of covers it, but I was like, I'm gonna have to address, this thing, right? When I make comments like, hey, it's not 10 years ago, I got to explain this a bit. And one of the challenges was I wanted to try and take the quotes, which had so many of them, and try and work them into a narrative. But it's imperfect, which was a little bit of a challenge. I mostly feel bad that I didn't respond to Dan directly in the way that he was hoping to, and he clarifies it in the chat. But mostly what I was trying to focus on is perception. Signals are two-way binding, mutable. They're just data binding, blah, blah, blah. Stuff's unpredictable. Okay, right? So that's why I wrote the last article. Like, this is not the case, even remotely. So so I wanted to kind of go, okay, start there. Let's move past that. Now, there's this thing that I kept on noticing in all the quotes, and I started honing in on it, was this idea that React fixed something. It fixed the fact that that in the past you would like create some stuff and then define how to update it. They fixed that. Basically, they made it like into immediate mode, and that fixed the problem. New question. Yeah, this felt also considered signals. It's an interesting one. I've tied them into this conversation before because they have the language of reactivity. Generally, they're not. But do you know what? Do you know if you want to place Svelte in the kind of whole spectrum of stuff here, Svelte is kind of like what React is. When React talks about React Forget, Svelte is like a simpler version of that. Like it's not doing the full story, right? Svelte still has some of the stuff that Solid has, where like if you don't put the thing in the dollar sign, or don't wrap it in a function, it's the same thing, then it won't update, right? Like Svelte has the exact same characteristics as Solid in that sense, but the funny thing is they don't actually have a runtime reactive system for like when you do all the lets and stuff. So in a sense, like they've already showed that you could in a like compile away the reactivity essentially, and do something pretty good with it. There are trade-offs to Svelte's version because and they handle it well because they keep the scope more limited, right? And they keep the leaks out because they're like, we're not going to be too ambitious here. We're not going to worry about dynamic dependencies in stuff. Like if something inside changes, it changes, and that's because they still kind of rerun components. You can almost picture like Svelte takes code that looks like Solid-ish with nicer syntax and then compiles to React class components with MobX. That's roughly a good estimation of like what happens, because it's like you write stuff in a kind of declarative way, like with the derived state, and then you assign something which calls invalidate or set state, and then they isolate each component in its own reactive thing, kind of like MobX does, or Vue. Vue is another example of this. But it's all at compile time. They just know through simple checks. It's basically an auto-memoizing compiler, kind of like React Forget. So in a sense, it's not signals. It's like a basic version of what they want to do with React Forget is almost the best way to put it. Except Svelte chose the DX of reactivity, which is like what the React folks are not about, if that makes sense. Isn't the end goal of React Compiler basically what Svelte already do? No, except they're more ambitious. What React wants to do is you to write anything like you can in React today, like just like spaghetti code it up. I think Dan had an example at the end of this article of like the kind of spaghetti code you can write in React that still works. Let me see here. Like, not spaghetti code. I don't like the term spaghetti code. Spaghetti code is such a weird term, but like, where is it? Like have a bunch of local state and then like reassign it and then do a bunch of stuff, and then it's not spaghetti. It's more of like it's like an imperative control flow. That's a better term. I regret saying spaghetti. I mean, the Forget wants you to be able to do something like this and just kind of like write whatever, and then end up with what Svelte is doing. That's the best way I could put it. So anyways, we'll talk about that more in a second though. Like what I wanted to get at here is that like if you take the advances, there's two things I want to talk about in this article. It's the perception of reactivity being or not reactivity, but this like split model being a thing to fix. And the other side is if you took the patterns, like if you took the advances I showed in the previous article with reactivity, how we got that predictability, got that automatic management of memory, how we got the scheduling, and then applied React-like patterns. Like I talk about this here. Dan has an amazing article, one of his first articles on Medium, You're Missing the Point of React. I've shown this on stream like multiple times because it's so good. Where he said React's not like JSX or Virtual DOM or any of that stuff. It's just composition, unidirectional flow, freedom from DSLs. We can debate about that honestly because JSX is a DSL. I don't care what people say. Explicit mutation, yeah, I like it, and static mental model. Like these are all really good things, and like. What if you just took the new approach to reactivity, which is kind of fundamentally better positioned to take these philosophies and apply them. And that was my argument to Solid. There's a difference here because Solid has that split, right? Which is like what I showed here. It's like everything's an effect. You just create a button, maybe use JSX, but you create a button, return a button. And that was my mistake here because I thought that was what the not scaling was worried about. But we'll get to that more later. But my point was like if you can set up immutable interfaces, so you're not like letting people like butterfly effect stuff all over the way. You have a directed graph of derived data, like state, and you set up this unidirectional flow. Like, I love this. Seriously, like, I've tried so hard to make it impossible to do two-way binding in Solid, or really hard, and people, will still find a way. They're actually like spreading in getter setters to set stuff. I mean, it doesn't matter because Solid doesn't rerun components. So even if you push the change back up, like who cares? But it's like, it's just like, I really believe in the philosophies that are behind, React in terms of the mechanical parts. And it's just, I talk about how we accomplish all this, but like generally speaking, like if you take all those things and kind of put them together, then could you have a compelling other model here? This is a good question. I think some people noticed this actually in Solid Discord. I can't say exclusively. I do think it is quite possible that Vue's approach is not as advanced as this, along the line as the stuff that we've been seeing recently in Preact or Angular or the new Reactively stuff, or so it is possible. I need to confirm this for myself. Well, it's the other way around, right? Like, mutation observer is awkward because you have to like listen to the DOM. Listening to the DOM and like changing the DOM and listening to the DOM, and because listening to the DOM is not without side effects. It's kind of an interesting point. Is like it can cause reflows or repaints and stuff. I guess the reflows, not repaints, where it has to calculate the layout because you change something, and then at that point you're like, the DOM would have scheduled it for later, but then you're like, I need to know this, and the DOM's like, oh crap, I have to do my work now. So listening to the DOM is actually kind of like bad, like awkward, which is actually one of the values in all the JavaScript frameworks is that you can abstract. You still abstract it. It's not going this way. The data is still going the one way. Like you're still going the other direction, right? Like it's not about reading the DOM. It's about writing the DOM and still maintaining state independent of it. Okay, if that makes sense. So. Yeah, I mean, Dan put this tweet up, which was funny, and he's right. Like, this choice happens all the time. Like, you look at an API and you're like, is this the one that you do opt in or opt out of? What's a good default? Like, and there's like a tension here because you're like, okay, it's a lot easier to make stuff update more than it's needed because then like no one has to worry about it. You just kind of like just do it, and then if like maybe it's good enough. So a lot of times you'll want to default that until you can't default to that, right? Whereas on the other hand, when you have a performance mindset, you're always going to say like, no, opt in, only do the work I want to do. The reason Dan asked this question is because from a fundamental level, Vue equals function of state kind of React level, the baseline you start with is everything re-render, which means that you're basically on the easy to update pattern. The truth of the matter is when you have to get to every decision point, you have to find ways to make it not update all the time. And that's here. I think he was pitching this in a more fundamental way, like on the framework holistic philosophy thing. But the thing is, if you take this in a literal sense, you can find lots of examples of where you make those decisions different ways. Like if you have server components and you have to opt in to use client, that's saying like, you could, like there's a way of like looking at that as a way of saying like you have to choose to like make it have certain kind of performance characteristics, right? And dependency arrays, right? If you have a dependency array, well then it's possible to miss updates. So like I get what he was saying here, the interesting thing is like reality isn't always so clean. Then you have Michael Rawlings thing here, which he looks like a slight at React, and I get it there, but like generally, Michael is a framework author himself. He's on the Marco team, and like we all know that this is always like when you get to reality, you have to make these choices. They're not easy choices. But yeah, I mean, in the end, my point is that like when you because we can't always live up to those ideals, we kind of get into this situation where a solid dev looks at this and goes, "Yeah, those are two very different functions." Like it's not even like we can see the difference immediately. We don't even have to think or go, "Oh, I missed that." Like it's so obvious. But like if you did the same code in Svelte, it would be obvious too, because in Svelte, this doesn't update either. To be clear. So like I understand from like where people coming on the React side, they're like, what's going on? Well, it's because the template treats like the JSX, the part wrapping these expressions. These expressions are unchanged. They are the same expressions, but the JSX is like a new scope. JSX introduces scope. That's something that React doesn't do with its JSX, but there's nothing in the like JSX spec, and I hate bringing this up every time, but it's like it should, if it should be like not terribly, like the reason spec here is JSX is an XML syntax extension to ECMAScript without any defined semantics. I love the second sentence too. It is not intended to be implemented in engines and browsers. Yes. And it's not in proposal to bring it into ECMAScript itself. It's intended to be used with various preprocessors to transform these tokens into something that is standard ECMAScript. That's it. That is JSX. There you go. There's the definition. It's not hyperscript. It's not React script. It's not whatever. It is just a syntax, without like specific semantics. So if JSX wants to introduce scopes, it can. Right. So what I put here is it's like this. Like for solid developers, it's like, oh, you pulled it out of the function, like, or Svelte developers, the same thing. It's like you're asking for a value that's already been evaluated once before. Like you ran the function. This is a function. It runs once. You get the value, and then you put it in there. Like it can never update. And I understand this is a challenge for people, but like it's kind of par for the course on reactivity, and I have that bias, so I understand that maybe it's a little bit more challenging for React devs to come in. But like it's funny because again, you get this argument about like semantics and purity and like this like arguing kind of like on a technicality, and it's like, okay, I understand you didn't understand this at first. We have a lint rule that could help you with this, but now that you know, okay, and it's like no, we need to keep on fighting against this point because this is wrong. It's like, no. To be fair, that's more of like that's not like, I don't think anyone from like the like thought leadership or React would like push on that. But it's just like this is kind of like this is why people have started using the term React brain, and it's not meant to be necessarily an insult. It's just a lot of people, especially React developers who've tried Solid, have had to kind of like go, oh, wow. And then you think, and you're like, oh, yeah, wait, how could have it ever worked in another way? Once you understand how Solid works. Like if you tell me it doesn't re-render again, how could this ever work? And I think that's an interesting question when we start talking about compilation. Yeah. Like don't get me wrong. There is something nice about it, but there's a difference between nice and this is something wrong we need to fix, right? And these are completely analogous. You're right. It's like the different sides of the same coin. right? Like, but I think this is why I felt I had to respond to it, because at first I was just like obviously I like I could have just gone to Devin's tweet, posted this, and called it a day. Why write 3 articles this week? It's because this one was really important to understand that it's more than just solving the problems or even aligning on some of the mechanical pieces, right? It's that there is this perception here. Let me see if I can get to it. Yeah, let me get back to my bookmarks. Where am I? I had it here a second ago. Here we go. I was trying to be specific, but maybe I wasn't. I do think expressing init an update render pass as a single unit in code is a lesson on the same level of structured programming over go-to is a lesson. I think qualifies as a fix to how important it is. Basically, they view what we're doing here as akin to go-to statements. And everyone knows in programming, go-to statements are the worst. They lead to, bad spaghetti code. This is, because you lose the flow of control of the application. It's very interesting to me though, because when I look at code written this way, it feels more declarative, more clear what's going on, because you actually reduce the space to do not weird, but do these imperative kind of local things. Dan started talking about React is extending the template to the whole component. And it's basically making things as coarse grained as they could possibly do. I don't know if extending the template's the right word, because we have different definitions of what template is. But reactivity and signals is the opposite, trying to shrink the pieces down to the most singular declarative atomic pieces that it can. Yeah. Anyway, where are we on chat? Yeah, and I think Evan Yu actually summed this up really nicely here. I pulled some of this into my third article, because he was like, look, it seems to me that because React fixed the symptoms with a paradigm shift, its community believes its paradigm was necessary and fundamental for those fixes. The paradigm it shifted away from was fundamentally wrong. But design choices are rarely that black or white. Solutions based on the signal-based paradigm have evolved to address the symptoms that were fixed, with different trade-offs. And to many people, these trade-offs turn out to be preferable compared to ones that perhaps React made. React thought leadership has long cultivated this narrative that our model is more correct, almost becoming a dogma. In reality, many engineers are simply more productive, with Signal's mental model arguing on a philosophical level is pointless when that happens. Yeah, I mean, that's I already told you, Evan, you knows what's up. It's the whole point of this is never about attacking React. I never actually attacked React at all, or said what they were doing was wrong. I was saying that a different paradigm can exist, and I think that's where the tension is, because it's no, a different paradigm is going back to go-to languages, going back to, I don't know, what's the language I go to, Basic or something? That's a difficult place to kind of meet eye to eye on, because obviously some people aren't going to agree with that, but I guess that's the point. We're not all supposed to agree. So yeah, I mean, this is why I wrote the article, right? I was trying to, highlight a few other cool things, where people are like, hey, signals are cool. You can trace them, like, there's some cool debugger stuff that came out of the community that looks really promising, where we can actually, and Primogen's going, the first time I ever used signals was for perf. It wasn't for perf, it was for understanding where changes happen easier. Plus you get LSP references to change. Like basically he wanted accountability and traceability through his app. Primogen's I'm not gonna lie, he's got a bit of bias. He's become quite a big signals fan with buddy Greg here in chat creating a version of this stuff in Rust with Leptos. But like there are different perspectives here. And to address what you were hinting at, parasocial, I think we can all agree that Solid is clearly worse on every aspect of you compare it to in an idealistic React framework that we've never seen. Well, the funny thing is, what I was getting at is like, is that an idealistic React framework, or is that just an idealistic framework in general, right? At a certain point, these lines might get kind of blurry when, you have Andrew Clark going, oh yeah, we'll probably just use signals under the hood if, anyway. And then like at that point, who's counting? Because like I did this on stream last Friday, whereas like at a certain point when you write code, like I wrote an article a couple years ago, November 2021, and I was like talking about all the different ways you can compile reactivity. I started with this, what's a reactive programming. I'm just gonna post this in chat right now. This is like, I didn't see this till years later, but this is like one of my favorite articles anyways, anywhere, of just like being like, hey, let's just talk reactive programming. Let's just like get our head in the mindset of what it means to react, program reactively, and like, oh, sorry, I missed a tier 1 sub earlier from Luke.sh. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm just catching up on Twitch. Okay. Anyways, he defined reactivity as this idea of a destiny operator. I don't know if you can see this, but he basically created a new equal sign that said like, look, you got some state and then now you have derived state. I think Svelte 3 kind of started this way, and then they realized like, no, actually we need like a few more things to define it. But this is a very cute exercise. And I took that exercise and kind of thinking in terms of the work we've done in Marco and in Svelte and compilers about what we could do, kind of under the premise of like, let's take Svelte's premise. I don't know if everyone's seen this, but Rich Harris wrote this great little gist a while ago, Svelte language, where he's like, look, I've been lying to you all. Svelte is a language, essentially, not a framework, right? And he basically said like, the reason Svelte has succeeded is because he didn't try and mess with stuff. He kept all the same syntax. He just like kind of like just minorly messed with semantics. And we've seen this work tons of times in the past. If you think about it, like the way directives work on elements like control flows in Vue, like VIF or NG4 or whatever, like we're kind of messing with the semantics of an existing syntax, and people kind of give that a better pass than inventing per case syntax. In a lot of ways, a DSL that's like per purpose is a lot more efficient, a lot clearer, but people have like this natural revulsion to it, I've found. And Rich was like, look, I just kind of just kept things inside the box, so to speak. And so I was like, okay, let's play this exercise. Let's pretend all we have is the syntax of JavaScript. Can we build a reactive compiler? Right? And I was like, okay. So I started with the destiny operator, and then I was like, the destiny operator has some issues because it like I get to it later in the article, but basically the destiny operator can't really differentiate whether like it knows what, first of all, it has no idea of side effect largely, and that's probably the biggest one, and it has no real, it's not easy for composition. But anyways, I started talking about other ways to do it, and this identifier way is kind of cute. There's a solid library for this called Solid Reactive Vars. There's a framework called Fidan that did this for a while, where you just put a $sign on the end. What it does is you're kind of telling the compiler like, hey, wherever I access the value, I'm going to just turn into a function call. essentially. Like it basically is a way that you can not call it, but use another symbol to tell the compiler like, hey, this is reactive. So you treat it like the value everywhere. On a certain level, you're like, look, I could just call it with this, like it's 2 characters instead of 1 character. Like, who cares? But there is kind of like a semantic difference, and the complexity that comes when you have to pass it between templates. Other approaches are use labels like Svelte $, right? Or some kind of decorator type syntax, but this has its own issues. Talked about function decorators, which is like the use prefix on hooks or the $ stuff. This is the ref sugar stuff that Vue kind of ended up rejecting. And then at a certain point, I was like, screw this all, because I was thinking about Marco. Marco reactivity is on the outside, not the inside. And I was like, what if we just lived in a reactive world, right? I was doing polls on Twitter too, because I was like, how important are aspects of your favorite frameworks, right? And I put this poll out there because I was like, people, what's important to you? What do you want out of your JavaScript framework? And these are really hard things to choose between because you kind of want all of them. But how important things are to you? And I wasn't expecting performance to be very high on this list. Let me blow this up. I barely blew it up. Whatever. I knew performance would be low. And I figured, it's just funny how this turned out, because this poll was like, I got the poll results and I'm like, you know what? Rich Harris, I should just shake your hand. Like, you nailed it. People care about clean syntax more than they care about which is kind of a little bit superficial, more than anything actually important. I would say that maybe clear execution model for Svelte is not like as clean, but it's not bad here. But like this is like why we go through so much struggles, because if you could just design the right language for it, then maybe you could be fine, but people will probably reject it based on syntax. And the thing is, like, me personally, level of control is like the most important thing, because I want to exit that framework whenever. Like, I don't want to fight the framework. If I bring something in, it's working for me, not it working, like it's for me, not for, me working for it, or so to speak. So like most people are willing to give up control, which is maybe a bad sign from my design philosophy. And I've had to like think about this a bit, but like, I don't know, this is a small poll, but it was just something that I found really interesting, because like I thought performance would lose, and people actually cared about, being in control even less than performance. For me, clear execution model and control are basically all that matters. But like, it's very interesting. Well, the thing is, this is all DX. Like, performance is a UX consideration, but everything else here is DX. And that's why I thought performance would lose, because literally DX almost always trumps UX from when you ask developers, right? These are all DX. Right. But Maple, I'm interested. Out of these 4, what do you think is the most important to be able to ship the app at all? My guess would be clear execution model. A clear execution model has to be the most important thing, right? On this list. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Level control is second. Yes. That's the logical. That's the logical. That's what I thought. I'm a bit of a zealot, so I might even sacrifice a clear execution model at times if I have more control. But like, yeah, when I saw this, I was like, okay, screw this. Let's design reactive script. And what I ended up doing in the end was actually showing this little code snippet. Okay, and I haven't talked about this for a while, but I think it's actually important for the conversation here because this code snippet, is this solid? Is this React? Is this Dominic's new compiler-based framework? I don't know. Well, no, that's the thing. I'm saying we're building a compiled language, right? Like what I'm getting at is, it's obviously fun that React's like, oh, we'll solve this all with our compiler, and I can say that too. Guess what? We'll solve this all with our compiler. Good. I'm glad we all agree. You know, like, so like, I proposed, like, this is a solid compiler right here that I proposed. It's got early returns. It's got destructuring. It's got state defined afterwards. I could show you in Solid what this would compile to. Like, you could definitely compile this. We have a plugin for undestructuring props. You can do that today. Where we are, Babel undestructure Solid. Let's pull this one up. Here you go. If destructuring really bugs you, here you go. There's a Babel plugin for that. We've had a lot of compiler work in our community. Some people are like, I prefer Svelte-like syntax. People have done that because then they're like, oh, look, my Svelte's faster than Svelte. Like silly stuff like that. And like, obviously it's not fully Svelte because Svelte's got the crazy animation stuff and the crazy features. No one's going to like replicate that. But like what I'm getting, that's like part of their specific unique set. But what I'm getting at is like, you got some primitives. You can do a lot of stuff with a compiler. And what I was getting at it here is you could kind of like look at this at local scope and go like, okay, what mutates? Then I could kind of like, you could kind of like maybe be a lit, like it would be better if you knew which variables should be signals or reactive. Like, and maybe honestly, if there's a really good type system, we could do this. But otherwise, you can kind of look at this and go like, I'm going to make it kind of loosely go like, look at this flow and kind of assume most things are reactive. And you could make a compiler that does this. And the thing is, what's crazy about this to me, and I want to kind of point this out is, and the reason I asked you which framework it is on one hand you look at this and you're like, oh, it runs top down, right? Like if you did this, you define some state. If not visible, you early return. That means this doesn't run. And then you're like, okay, next time it updates, visible is true, and now this runs. So it's like it runs twice. But the funniest thing is, if you started putting console logs between every statement to observe what was going on, the optimized compiler would show you that the compiled output ran more like solid.js. Like I could put a console log in the body, and there's a very high chance that it's only going to run once, or it gets compiled right out of the output is what I'm getting at. Like it might, like you look at this and you might go, oh, like this is kind of like React model maybe, but then like on the other hand, like it might not actually be so clear when you try and inspect how it actually executes, because this early return maybe makes things a little bit easier to see. But what I'm getting at is like, how do you know, like if I put a console log at the top of the function and it runs initially, and then the next time the component runs, it doesn't run the console log and just switches the branch, I've broken that thing because, I've optimized the component so much that it doesn't rerun, but that it like just does a bunch of reactive branching. And then you go, well, the way I know that this changed was because it depends on this reactive variable here. You start talking about the execution the same way you talk about reactivity, which is kind of interesting observation we made when we were working on Marco. Yeah, this looks like Svelte like JSX. That was my goal here. Except there's no $sign. This is beyond Svelte. There's no like $sign thing here. Like this const statement is the $sign statement, so to speak. This is kind of like what everyone's working towards. Like, it's unclear to me, like, I don't, like, I'm on the fence on this because I'm kind of like, we start building this system and then you're kind of like, what if, like, this completely rearranges your code? Like, you lose a bit of that transparency, but you can kind of pretend sort of it looks like it's top down as long as we prevent you from introspecting the fact that it's not. Right? So a couple years ago, I wrote this down and I was just like, someone build it and like, I want to try it and see if I like it because I feel like I'm not sure, you know? Like, on one hand, it seems really easy and really nice. On the other hand, it seems like traceability might be out the window. Yeah, exactly. I think that's where it is, right? Why does the compiler reorder statements? It's not so much reorder; it like breaks them into branches. Because the problem is, you don't want to waste the time of rerunning things. In Dominic's compiler, there's no VDOM, right? And I don't know if React forgets going that way as well. So like, you don't want to recreate DOM nodes on different branches. So it basically works like solid, but then you write it like this. That's where it is. It's not like, it's more like this whole thing becomes a show component. And in solid, you can nest like signals inside show components and stuff. There's no component re-render. So you can just like, you put a signal anywhere, right? And it'll get disposed properly and all that kind of stuff. You just nest. So like, it's like untangling this stuff into like branched reactivity statements. That's what these compilers do. Right? So I just wanted to kind of put this out here because yeah, I something I was thinking about a couple years ago, and I was like, come on, community. Like, it's funny because the guy who some of the guys in Solid who've been doing this compiler work, like Alexis, he actually made a library last week called Forgetty. He made his own React memoizing compiler. This is one of the fellows in the Solid ecosystem. He actually made a memoizing compiler for React. Look, this is some lovely output from it. So you can write this example: if type A, return this, else do this, and it generates this lovely code. Like, I'm glad he's doing these experiments. I think more people need to do it. I do see there's this future here, and if we can plug the holes, maybe. But I'm like, as I said, I'm one of those guys who are like, don't take away my control unless you know that I'm never going to ask for it back. Truth of the matter is, like, I think he based his ideas mostly off this original video, and my understanding is that the React Forget project has almost like taken like a second phase or a new look. Like, it's like they had the original approach, and now they're kind of like on their second approach of this. So I think they're making good progress. Every time you build something, you kind of learn, you know, like you have the prototype and then you have like the alpha stage and stuff. So they're kind of, my understanding is like React Forget has taken things even further than what this talk showed. But I think more people should be playing with this stuff if possible. I just put it out there. Hey Theo, how's it going? All right. Yeah, so I mean, compilers are interesting. Like, this could be our solution, you know? But the funny thing is, like, whenever we have these conversations, it's because usually I take the position, I'm like, yeah, Solid can do really cool stuff without a compiler. And then the response is like, but with React compiler, then we won't have these issues anymore. And it's like, okay. You know what I mean? Like, so like, yeah, I don't know. We can have a compiler too. That sounds like fun. You know, like, maybe that's the funny thing is, like, we all get compilers and then all the frameworks are the same, and then we all just keep on using React. Maybe that's it. I'm not sure. I think what's going to happen is actually we're gonna see and realize new trade-offs and new places. I told you Vue Vapor. I am 100% confident in the performance of that. I am not 100% confident in what the performance is going to look like with these compilers, but I am very interested because it's probably going to be another like it's good enough scenario where if people like the DX always trumps, you know. Solid, solid remember a thing. Oh man, the naming is brutal too. What solutions are being developed for debugging apps and things? Yeah, I don't know if we're there yet. I think it's interesting too because if you pretend like the reactive graph doesn't exist, I think it's going to be interesting in like what kind of traceability you're going to have in your apps. I don't know. Then again, reactivity has classically been one of the harder things. People haven't done as much resource into debugging. That's why I'm so happy with Damien's work. I know the Vue community's done some amazing work as well, but of like being able to look at how we can visualize these graphs. MobX actually as well. MobX has a really cool thing where their debugger, it's not like the visual thing I was talking about, but like they can actually give you a stack trace that's based on the reactivity rather than the MobX's own execution. So you can actually like trace through and go like this changed because of this, that changed because of this. I think with compiled solutions, we will get to a point probably where we can solve that. I think the interesting part that's really unclear is whether we'll like know how to speak it, like whether we'll have to be aware that we have reactive variables or not. That's the point of contention, right? The React team right now is like, we will never, like, we don't expose reactivity. You shouldn't think in terms of reactivity. I'm curious to see if like that can actually be the case. Yeah. I mean, that's another way to look at it, right? If it takes every other framework to kind of like go like, hey, there's something here, but it then in the end gets React to improve and move, then we're all in a better place. Yeah, idea stealing is good for everyone. Thanks. Like this is why I do it. Important. Okay. So, yeah, am I gonna see what's important right now? Let's see what's important right now. Important. Can we get you and Ryan on Twitch stream together at an hour or two just talking about whatever? Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a conversation at some point. We had the only time that we've had a public conversation, me and Dan met in person and we've chatted over DMs several times. But the only time we've ever had like a public conversation was actually on one of Theo's spaces, and it was like completely impromptu. We both like it wasn't planned, and we both just like happened to drop in that space just cause. But yeah, you know. Anyway. So the only thing I've been trying to say here is like, there's like a lot of room here, right? I think this is really exciting, like the way all these things are changing. I do draw this out because I think this is the source of a lot of confusion. I was coming from here, saw this, and was like it's funny because this is not the case. Even like once you, especially like if you really develop like this, like a lot of people are used to going the other direction. So then like you guys kind of understand and go, okay, this is kind of like if I write everything with hooks. But the funny thing is if you come from Knockout and go to React, there's a similar kind of dissonance, or come from Solid and go to React, or reactive line and go to React. It's the same thing, because you start going, okay, hooks look like this, so I'm just going to arrange all my code kind of in this derived data hook-like way, and then you kind of get confused when things over-execute when they don't need to. For the most part, this actually guards decently, but then there's those other cases, and you realize, oh, this is actually very different. Like where you just kind of like, in Knockout, the way you, like, I used to love making games in Knockout, because like I could wire the rules. It was like a game engine, you know. Like I remember making tic tac toe or Sudoku or whatever, and I just like or Sudoku, and I just make the rules engine, and I just be like this. Like I just write everything out line by line, so it made sense, so that I could express the states. It's almost like writing state machines, you know. Like I just write it, and then I build the UI around it, and it just kind of work. Like I just loved that kind of mentality, and it's just like a different starting point than like where React is coming from here, which is why it's not clear. Like as much as I want to be like, go back to 2013, like I'm really happy to see that the actual current React core team isn't like that. Like they think deeply about this stuff, and I think that's really important. And as I said, if you have any doubts about the history and like how hard React, I mean, like, I might seem like I'm being like a little hard on Pete Hunt, but he's being like a little bit perhaps obnoxious. Is that like they had to fight tooth and nail to like you got to remember at the time everyone was like, no, this is the way you have to do it. No, MVC, separations of concerns, blah blah blah, and like they literally had to fight through like this giant pile of crap to like do something that was actually really 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 logical, and it's like so obvious, and you're sitting there going like why am I even discussing this stuff? Like look, can I show you a demo? Can I just like give me 5 minutes of your time? Like you're not going to feel like I've wasted it. And I feel I can understand you work really hard like that, and then you finally like conquer, and then like I don't know 8, 9, 10 years later people come back and go, oh, this other way, and you like immediately see red. So like I get it. And this documentary, it's funny, you watch it one time, maybe you've already watched it again from the scope that I'm giving here, you'll see what I'm saying. It actually captures it almost perfectly. So anyway, this discussion is great, by the way. The funny thing is, it's not this example. I shouldn't skim over this too much, but like he was showing like if you had some like logic, and I looked at this component, and the first thing I did when I looked at this component was I was like, it was funny. I had no time because I was trying to respond so I get Theo, but I'm like, man, I don't even know what this does. Like, give me a second. Okay, so I have a count. Okay, and then I set a heading to something, and then if this, then I do some processing, and then I set the heading to this. Like, instantly in my head, I just want to be like, what is heading? Right? I want to refactor this. And it's funny, like, I just don't write code like this. It's funny, someone actually did an analysis of, I think it was Primogen, did an analysis of the different framework repos, and apparently the code that I wrote has the least number of nodes or something, like by a long part. I just write code in a really weird fashion. And part of me wonders if I was like too inspired by looking at output from minifiers, but like it just, I have a very different style. It's very distinctive. Sorry, I like this. It's been React versus the world the whole time, and I can kind of see this perspective. It's so funny. Sometimes when I talk about React and I like wax poetic about how awesome it is, it comes from the point that even though they won, I still sometimes treat them like they're the underdog. And I know that's like such a weird way to put it, but it's like I don't want React to go away, and it won't, so I don't have to worry about this. But like, it's because like I think the idea, it's like you see something that like it's like trying to approach the light, like it's so good in idea that you're just like, I don't want to mess with that. Like, even if like from my perspective, maybe there's like other things you could be doing, you kind of go like, no, like let it, like this, the thing is React's the winner, right? So like it doesn't even matter. But it's just it's funny that I can see where this React against the world thing is from. It's very interesting. Anyways, like he goes on and goes like, okay, well, in Solid you can't write it this way, so he writes it like this, which is okay, but like, I mean, someone might write it like this. I wouldn't, because like the first thing I'm like it's not functional. It's not like it's not to purpose enough. It's not, you know what I mean? So, he had to restructure it, and then when he wanted to add something, he had to add all this other logic, and then in React he just added a line down here and a line here, so that he can kind of like tie it together, and then here he had then two more things, and then and he was like going like, this is the process. But I was kind of like, but with React, forget, it will just be the original thing and it'll be just as optimized, right? Okay, sure. So then, so when I looked at this, and I cut it down another line, I realized I was like, okay, no, I have a format thing, which in a real library, you're probably using something like I18N or something. So like in my head, I was like, look, I'm formatting some data. So I have a transformation, and then I have a count, I have a heading, and I have a something else. Just tell me what those three things are, and then I'll use them in my template. Like, it's just like 1, 2, 3, ding, ding, ding. And that's like the starting point. Like for me, like I wouldn't even have written the code up above in the first place. So when the refactor story comes in, because what's the refactor story here? You go count, you go heading, right? And you just write this, and you have your format. And then someone goes, oh, I want to add something else. And you just add something else. Like, you don't touch multiple places in the code like you do up here. Or even in the React example, you still go in, where does he go? Could do something here, do something. Like, you don't even like try and have to parse through it to figure out where it is. You just go bang, right? And I think this is definitely more constrictive, right? There's like a trade-off there. You still have to be like, you got to buy into this, because it's sometimes control flow is what he's calling it, is easier than data flow. But data flow, like this is the gap, because people come in from Knockout and they go, or a reactive library, and they go to React and they just start writing stuff in data flow because the hooks look like you can benefit from it. And sometimes it's like maybe not, it doesn't like make as big of a deal you want for React, but like let me remove some of those extra function calls. We get down to the end here, and like I kind of like, when I get to the future, when I write that compiler, I still kind of just want to write this. I just want to go, here's my formatting, then I'm going to derive a count, a heading, and a something else. Like this is where I want to be. Yeah, this is arguable. I could do that, but it was kind of like, at a certain point, you got to make that decision. And I mentioned this in the thing. I'm like, I could pull count out if I wanted to, right? Because then I could be like, oh yeah, but like the whether I pull count out or not, like adding the 3 extra characters for the extra check, like, whatever. It's whatever you feel like, right? It's a stylistic thing. Like, I don't mind this duplication. You're right. If it was more like there was more logic, it was like, if count this and blah 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 this, then yeah, extract it out. Like, sure, whatever. Right? It was just interesting because like a lot of the responses was like, like I saw some stuff and people like, I think this is a really powerful, like, kind of understand the difference here thinking. And I was trying to figure out how to best frame it. One thing I didn't mention was you could actually literally take the React component and stick it inside create memo. And in Solid, like, you can always take a React component and stick it in. This is the thing I always talk about with reactivity. You can put a whole VDOM inside an effect or so. And in a sense, this is the troll memers in the Solid community again. If you've ever read the article from Dan about when to use interval, she shows this like counter that he explains how he ends up with a React counter that looks like this. And they decided that like someone made a solid React hooks library. I say someone, but it's the same guy who made the debugger, where you can literally use React style hooks inside a create memo call in Solid, which at first I was thinking was kind of funny, but now after having this conversation, it's funny. It's like, maybe I wonder if that's like an easy way to port React. You could like literally take a React component and just like stick it in a Solid memo, just, and then keep on using your same hooks. I didn't realize what this was doing, but it was just amusing. Anyway, sorry, I tangented off. Right, so anyways, I apologize. I was like a little bit off the side here. I'm just saying, like, I think the interesting thing here is that, like, yeah, he was like saying like when you put the component in, then you're in React land, and then you don't get some of the granular benefits perhaps. And yeah, I mean, you guys can read the rest of the conversation yourself. I was saying like that was a bailout, and I just the whole point of this conversation here is that like, look, I don't agree that this is a clear step backwards, but my React experience, is less than yours. I've only spent like 3 years here, another year, like 4 years using React, and like it was a shift. And Dan's response here was pretty cool. He was like, yeah, that's pretty interesting. I haven't thought about it from that perspective. To me, hooks are very functional in the classical sense. They're a universe apart from knockout style. So I was very surprised you mentioned trading away pure model. Well, here's where the perspective is, why it's like kind of feels like trading pure model, because you now, when you use hooks, have to be kind of, I forget what it was. I saw some commentary where someone was talking about Tanner was about referential equality in React. How you always have to like make sure that stuff is different, and at a fairly like you have to structured clone, because if you run a bunch of components and you pull some state in, you have to make sure that like in order for the hooks not to rerun, you have to actually like do equality comparisons. And I think I forget if it was Jordan or someone early React is like they're like React never used to be like that, right? We kind of didn't care. And it wasn't until hooks came in that we kind of like basically the patterns forced you now to like do equality checks on all the data value. Before it was just plain data. And I think this is a really good point, because Dan was saying in one of these tweets about like, yeah, here it is. The attractive React being about these raw values. If you want to pass a list of things, you pass an array. If you want to store a number, blah, blah. And he's right. You don't wrap them in reactive wrappers, but it is important to think about them in kind of like a structured cloning kind of way and referential equality, because you are doing with the dependency arrays these reference checks. Like it's not like old React literally was like, I can mute I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I can mutate some stuff, call force update. Like that was kind of the mentality behind it. It was literally just plain objects. But React today, it's not just like it's still a plain object, but not plain in like the arbitrary plain way, but plain in like the functional programming sort of sense of the plain. So it is interesting to see, because when I look at a lot of this stuff, even the rhetoric, I'm not sure like. I think it maybe takes an outside perspective to kind of see that React doesn't feel like React used to feel. Right? So like, I think, I mean, I could have written more responses. It was just, I don't know how deep I want to get on to the I like ideological kind of like functional programming side of stuff. It was just like people coming from reactivity, it does look like it. So like, and he's saying that's a superficial similarity. It's just like when I think of pure functional composition, I don't think about things that inject state that persist between function calls. Like the actual hooks mechanism doesn't feel pure. I understand that in functional programming, there are mechanisms to do this, right? And I don't have I guess I'm not sure if I have the academic background to actually speak to what those are called. I think somebody in the chat can probably tell me what those are. So there is like a precedence here. I understand this is deep in, there's academic, work, and in some functional language, these are mechanisms that exist. It's just that like, I'm a dumb guy who's just like looking at this, and like suddenly I call a function with the same inputs, outputs, I get different, like, you know what I mean? I like, there is the state that persists between the function calls, and to me that, like, maybe that's still pure in some kind of purist sense, but I don't know. Monad, is that what I'm looking for? It's always monads, right? Yeah. So like, thank you. Yeah. Sorry, it's tricky, right? The funny thing is, I liked hooks. Like when hooks came out, I was like, that's what made me want to try React more. I was already using React. To be fair, I was using React Native before I was using hooks. But then like React Native is a whole other thing. It was a lot of fun early years. It was a little rough, but also you ended up doing a lot of optimization because there was like stuff that was still on they hadn't moved to the GPU thread yet. So like and there's specific APIs that could move some stuff to the GPU, but you have to do like a lot of like, I remember like writing my own infinite scroll mechanism on top of like the list view type control, like the container stuff like that they built into the framework because it wasn't performant enough for us. Really, really fun actually, using React Native early days. But like, what got me later on to doing web was I saw hooks came out and I saw suspense and I'm like, man, this stuff is sweet. I want to use that. So like, I think hooks actually have a lot of really good benefits. I just think that it muddies the water a little bit on the discussion because I don't think you get to like hold as high of a higher ground, so to speak. I mean, that's just my perspective, right? But I think that's kind of the crux of it. Like, there's like, it's fine though. Like, we don't all like, the world is messy and imperfect, right? Like, that's the thing, and that's why there's so many different things we can do. Well, the funny thing is they gave control. I mean, it's funny, like in a different way. Like, I loved it. I love the way that, like, when you start, like, I like, where is it? I like this. Like, I like, you start grouping stuff. If you remember that image where they like took all the colors and the class components had the stuff all over the place, and then you started like putting it together. This here is the pattern of putting it together. Like, this has a color, this has a color, this has a color. Like, this is good, right? So, like, I don't know if I'm like, that's why I like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, that too. Yeah. I mean, that's probably the biggest win. Like, the fact you just import them. Right. So, anyway, I this is a really like multifaceted thing. I'm super glad that Dan engaged me on here because I missed his point. I have to admit I was focusing a little bit. I thought it was about immutability. Like, there's so many facets of this that tie together into the full like React kind of philosophy. It's so funny. It's so. I mean, I got called out a while ago in our docs for talking about the React philosophy, and I'm like, this is a real thing. Like, it's like a very, very real thing. I'm not like trying to sound like some sort of like gatekeeping, but like, if you want to talk about React, you have to like, you should understand the philosophy of it. Um, anyway, anyway, I am. I told you I'm a huge React fan. This is why I don't know. Someone wrote something in the comments here, and I don't know if I should call them out too much on it. But what did they say? They said, was it in this one? No, I don't think it was in this one. It was in. Yeah, no, it's this one. Yeah, I said I made this comment about React changed the front end world, right? And I got a response in here somewhere where someone was like, I can't believe someone as knowledgeable as you about front end frameworks and blah 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 in the web would ever say something so nice about React. And I was like, what? In certain circles, I'm like kind of a moderate. Like, if you've ever read anything by Alex Russell, like, I'm maybe I'm a sympathist, you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. There was a lot of talk here. I just remember, like, it was just I saw the comment and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing. There's so much great discussion here. Um, yeah, sorry. There's even more. Man, I didn't even see this comment. There's no sniggles. Where's the sniggles? Yeah, I mean, and this is an interesting thing because I think this is a question. I think this is what the Preact guys are asking themselves at a certain point. They're just like, but this is like a slippery slope, right? Because like you're like, once you go, well, if I could do signals instead of hooks, then at a certain point you're just like, and if I believe it that much, I could do fine grained rendering instead of it. I'm not surprised that Vue ended up here. You know what I mean? Like that's where Vue ended up ultimately. Um, because like I told you, Evan knows where it's at. How many times do I have to say that this stream? Me and Evan don't always agree on like philosophical stuff, but he understands the trade-offs about better than anyone. Context. Most of the web is written in PHP and jQuery. Yes. Truth. Truth. Yeah, no, so anyways, it's so funny. I spent this time kind of like defending the history, showing how signals have evolved. Then I showed it how like solid is not the reactive framework of the past. I talked about immutability, opt in, opt out, all this kind of stuff, and show that like there could be another model. I didn't actually, in this whole debate of things, even talk about why signals are good. And it's funny because I was fine after the second article. I'm getting back to today because the reason I'm so tired. See, this stream, I'm pretty stoked to have you all here with me because you're kind of reliving. This is like a retro stream. This is in the middle of the day, but this is the kind of vibe that my earliest streams used to have. Because I used to do the streams at like 8 or 9 o'clock at night. And then like it would get to an hour or two in and it'd be like 10 or 11 and I'm just beat after a week of work and I'm like half asleep and I'm just like just saying whatever's off the top of my head and there wasn't that many people and I just sit there with a chat and we basically do this and essentially I'm like that today because honestly I went to bed at like 5 o'clock this morning because I was writing this article. It was 8 p.m. and I was like, damn, I need to write a third article. I need to finish the arc, make the trilogy. And I knew this article was not going to be as popular as the other articles, but it was important to do this because even after I wrote the first two articles, I got a couple DMs or I saw some chatter and people were like, yeah, so like why do I want to use signals because all I did was actually defend stuff. I didn't actually at any point say like, oh, they're a good thing. I didn't, I was just trying to say like, look, there is an alternative that is possibly viable, right? So like, yeah, I was like, okay, I need to write another article. I'll tell you this: it is very hard to write 3 articles in a week. I mean that's difficult, anyways. But it's actually hard that they're about the same topic and each have independent narratives that bring in their own points and whatnot and kind of tie it all together. It's as I said, I the second article changed form drastically over time. It started as more of like the story of Solid. And then it turned into, I realized that the more important thing to understand is the story of React. So I never actually ended up writing the story of Solid in the end. But we can talk about signals. We can talk about kind of like, so how they evolved, like why they're better today. We can talk about how React influenced the world of how we build front end. And then finally, I wanted to actually say like why signals are actually good. Like why are Vue and Angular and Preact and everyone looking at these in Qwik? So I wrote the third article and basically I don't know if this is my best article. I made some good points. I think the crux of it though, even though I'm talking about signals, is if the case for signals is suggesting that Vue equals function of state is good, but not necessarily like maybe a practical ideal. Like in the end, we can't get there, which is always true of this. It's almost like approaching infinity because like you have to retain something or you memoize or something. Like, I don't know. There's probably some math behind this whole thing that when we have to talk about, when we step away from the ideology and start talking about like the mechanics, then we can actually talk about this for real. Is basically what I was trying to say here, right? Like, and I actually, that came really obvious. Rich Harris gave a talk a couple years ago called Metaphysics in JavaScript, the Rich Harris, the creator's felt. And it is probably the best talk he's ever given from these slides. I read these slides like once every 6 months, but it was never recorded for some reason. And it is, I don't think he ever gave the talk again. And it's like a shame that it never came out. But this probably, like from a framework author perspective, or like people kind of into this, like people like yourselves watching my stream, this is like everyone talks about rethinking reactivity or virtual on pure overhead or some couple other things. This is probably, in my opinion, the peak Rich Harris talk, but you can't find it anywhere. And luckily for us, Rich wrote he's like me, I do this too. He wrote his talking points into the bottom of the slides so we can see what he has to say. And let me actually see if I can find something here, because I'm going to pull this over here. I found an article that was quite let me see if I can find it just a second. That was really, really, really quite cool. That was, someone was reviewing the talk. I guess they looked at the slides, or they were, yeah, let me see here. This blog post here. Check this one out. I know I'm tangenting a bit from my article, but this is so much better than what I was trying to say, but I wanted to talk about signals and not focus on this point. Yeah, ironic, eh? Obviously, the talk predates the meta rename, but it's kind of funny. Love it. He said there's a snippet in here. Is I think UI equals a function state is an ideological statement. This is Rich Harris I'm quoting here. I just didn't find it in the slides. And what I mean by that is that, like any other ideology, like capitalist ideology or communist ideology, it is a collection of normative beliefs and values that an individual or group holds for other than purely epistemic reasons, which roughly translates as it describes the world people want to imagine rather than the world people actually inhabit. I'm using the word ideology as a descriptive label, not as a dismissive one. But ideologies can be dangerous because when they start to chafe against reality, which they always do, the ideologue's impulse is to always reshape reality, then modify the theory. Like, this is deep. Deep. When we talk about philosophy, right? I'm actually going to share this thing, because this is someone reviewing the talk, but I think it's Jim Nielsen. I think this is just like he said, so what would happen if we took a very naive approach to functional UI? Maybe it would look something like this. We create a function that generates some UI from state, including an event listener that calls a function again when the state changes. Do you see what's happening here? We are trying to create a very simple interactive experience illustrating the idea of UI as a function state. We have some text, blah, blah, blah. Basically, the input loses focus, right? That's the whole point of this silly little demo here. And yeah, so Rich Harris is a poet. You know, like, I don't know. He's an amazing writer. He also worked in journalism forever, and it probably makes sense. But this is like a very visual thing. In reality, we kind of meet in the middle is really the point here. But let me kind of go back. This talk is just great in general. He quotes like different philosophers. No man steps in the same river twice, for it is not the same river, and he is not the same man. Just gold. But what I was trying to get at here is that this sort of holds this whole conversation, right? It's the go-to common tree. It's the whole thing, and it's always going to be hard. This is what it was. Evan Yu made the same point too when we were read what he wrote earlier. This is kind of the feeling it is talking about this. So it's almost not worth it. So instead, you know what? I don't even know how much I want to get into this on stream, but the key things that I wanted to emphasize in this article, and I've talked about them before, so I probably don't even have to convince anyone here on this, is simply like there's a lot of power in decoupling like the component changes to the state changes. This is a reason you choose signals, and not because of this. This is how we go, hey, look, this is different. I'm not suggesting you do global state like this. You're right, this would be a mess, but no one's actually suggesting this. This is just illustrative to be like, hey, just like this console log here is illustrative to be like, there's something different here, you know, in the counter. This only runs once. And I think it's important to understand that, like, once you decouple this stuff, so like, you know, changing the selected doesn't cause the list to rerun, you know, or changing the item name doesn't cause the list to rerun, that component boundaries just aren't something you're worried about anymore. So this is reason number one. I'm telling you why you might be interested in signals. You can put your whole app in one component or many components and get the same benefit. You can break apart components for your sake, for organizational purposes. It's like how you want to organize the app, not because you isolate some part of the UI. And the thing is, if performance was ever a concern here, it's not going to be because of component boundaries. One of the hardest things to do when developing is changing boundaries. It's like really awkward once you, like, this is why, you know, talk about early optimization, you're like, you know, break it apart later, like kind of like start learning stuff, figure out what's going on, and then like when it gets to a good point and you know, break it out. If you start preemptively breaking stuff out and then you realize that the boundaries need to shift, you have to like go to a billion different points to kind of reconcile that and fix that. Whereas if you just left it in one place, you would have been better off. This is a refactoring lesson that we all learn over time. And it's interesting to me because Dan had actually like, he didn't say in the component, but this his reason for not liking single file components. He's like, I like kind of just like hacking away in a single file. And then like, you know, when it's time, I pull the stuff out. I forget where that tweet was, but I think this is a really powerful kind of mentality and I share it. And in a sense, signals let you do that about components as well, right? Which might mean that's why they've been a good choice for single file components, because literally you can make your single file component as big or small as you want. It doesn't impact it. But I think that, I mean, that's not 100% true in all frameworks today, because I mentioned reactivity does have an overhead depending on if you do more coarse grained updates and whatnot, and like how you manage stuff. Like there is still impact. But what I was mostly trying to say is like, this is a DX benefit. People often talk about this from, like, oh, it's just because you have good performance, that's why you get these pinpoint updates. But it's actually a huge DX unlock because you're not concerned with like, oh, like, sure, in React you can be, or you know, any VDOM library or whatever, you can be not concerned with those boundaries, but then when performance happens, you suddenly become very concerned. This is like this is just not something I need to be concerned about at all. I'm confident when I go and build my app, I can break it up how I want to break it up. Okay, point number 2, separating dynamic from static. And this is like the counterpoint to what Dan was emphasizing there, right? Because he's saying, look, we get a single model, it's straightforward, it's like the immediate mode thinking, then we just remove a whole bunch of things out of the equation we don't have to worry about. You know, it's a lot harder, perhaps, well, in theory, to like miss updates. But I was like, okay, here's the opposite of take. When you split things up intentionally, you can optimize for each case, right? We saw earlier the conversation with Jordan Walk and stuff and Andrew's things, where Andrew was like, so right or whatever, they were talking about how creation is really expensive. You got to manage those subscriptions. But the funny thing is reactive libraries basically, like, that hasn't been the case for several years now, because they were able to optimize the creation because it was split apart. Right? Like, because they're like, oh, this is create versus update, they, like, not only are the updates fast, but the creation could be faster too. And I'm not going to say like VDOM, whatever, like VDOMs can be fast too. I'm not that. I'm just saying, like, it's not like a point where you're like, oh, just these can't be as good. Like, it's it's just like, this is not what makes the difference here. It's kind of like a few years ago when I first joined Twitter, everyone was like, oh, string templates are better for this, or whatever, custom DSLs. People take offense to string templates, whatever, or better for this, and JSX is better for this. And I was like, no, not really. I think you guys are focusing on the wrong parts, right? Like, JSX is still very analyzable. Inferno has proven this, right? And obviously Solid later proved it. But like, the point I'm getting at here is that, what point am I getting at here? So the problem when you kind of are tired and you're going on these rants. This separation gives us some incredible powers because we're aware of it, right? Obviously, like, right, like, because the web is aware of it. The web knows that creating elements is expensive, so they've given us methods that make it quicker to create elements in bulk. VDOMs don't take advantage of it because their update process and their create process is basically the same, right? In most, you don't need a compiler for this, but generally speaking, if you use a compiler, it's very easy to look at the creation logic and optimize it because you can see the structure of the app. And because you don't have to worry about updates, you can just go all in on it. So like, and the thing is, these benefits don't stop with the browser, so to speak. Like, it's not just like, everyone's like, oh, so update performance, single page app navigation performance or whatever. Like, I'm going to give Qwik a quick shout out here. We're not nearly sophisticated, but we have ability to kind of do bits of this as well. But you could just, if you have some reactive stuff and you know that the static part never makes it into the browser, I mean, I think I probably can show this right now using Solid as well. It's funny, was it loc search clear? Okay, I'm gonna shoot. Okay, I could probably show this in Solid. If you know, like, here's a counter, right? Click, 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 right? If it's only the count text node that updates here, right? Let me update my stuff here. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, right? And if you know, generally speaking, we're going to compile some stuff, and I think I've shown this on stream before, but like, the top of your component stays the same. All we do is change this into a clone template call, then we add a click handler, and then we like create an effect around the count. That's what this is happening. 1, 2, 3. There's the compiled code. And this template is just a button that we clone. But the thing is, I mean, this is going to be very trivial here, but if we do a client-side with hydration call, it's a little bit more complicated because we have to either clone the template or find it in the DOM. And then we do the same stuff and run any like hydration events, but it's basically the same code. I'm just going to, like, this is just a compiler flag that could be automated in the future. If I said that this template is server only, see this template here, up here? It just goes away. And what my point is like, if you know that you're never going to render this thing, then you only need the reactivity to actually update the text. This separation, like, basically makes, as I showed before, not only rendering and hydration basically the same process, but it means that if you know that something will only ever hydrate and not re-render, you can just skip sending the static code, so to speak. And maybe not the most illustrative version, but Qwik actually automates this. That's like one of the things that they automate. And they talk about that where if kind of they're more kind of Preact style where the signal has to get down to the element directly. Like if you do transformations and stuff, it doesn't work. But if you get the Qwik signal down to the DOM, they can be like, yeah, we don't need to send the rest of the component. And I think this is like attacking this whole problem. It's kind of the same motivation for stuff like islands and React server components. Attacking this problem of like hydration and like this kind of performance is a really real issue. And I link a Alex Russell article, and reactivity is basically the baseline. Like you need to not maybe need, there might be other solutions, but like make it a lot more possible to solve these problems because it's no longer the component. You've broken it down to what changes. It's like the traceability of the debug is happening here. It's like it's the traceability of what changes. Now we know that we don't need all the JavaScript. Now we know we can like what to optimize for. So my position here, again, we talk performance, but performance impacts DX. Overall, my position is this separation leads to a certain amount of transparency. It makes it easier to explain and reason about what is actually going on. While less simple than the ideal, it makes escape hatches, which are an important part of any system, more coherent. And maybe this is a silly observation from my perspective, but I think use effects problem isn't that isn't a need for effects or whatever. It's just that like use effect is an escape hatch. And that's the point at which you realize the React model isn't what you thought it was. And as long as we have those escape hatches and the delta gets further between the abstraction and the underlying model, I think there's a perceived complexity there. I could be wrong. Maybe we can patch those escape hatches. They don't need to exist. But I think that's the crux of the DX consideration there. It's like, how much are you fighting the fact that the DOM is the underlying model? It's an interesting thought experiment. So again, this is kind of like an interesting place where you can definitely see that there's trade-offs both ways. And then my third point, so I have 3 points here. Universalizing the language UI. We already talked about it. State, derived state, effects. State, memo, effect. Ref, computed, effect. Signal, memo, effect. Observable, computed, auto run. Observable, pure computed. Let, $, assignment, $. This language is literally everywhere. With Angular actually coming on Signals, every framework pretty much has this language, except maybe like Lit or something. I don't know. Maybe Lit does. I know they have some kind of reactivity thing, but I think like we're seeing the convergence of language, even if the implementations aren't the same. And obviously, there's differences because, like, obviously for like React, you have additional hooks which kind of like you can talk about performance and stuff. You talk about memoization, but when Forget comes out, those will go away. So I think we can kind of like, Dan explains how those kind of work, and it's good for understanding React's mental model, but kind of tertiary to the discussion here. It's like we're converging on this universal language. The interesting part to me is, and we already had this discussion on Thread. I'm just saying, like, how important is this versus this, and which ultimately I think comes down to the purpose of code. Should we optimize making it easier to write or easier to read? And I think that maybe isn't that profound of a question. I think for a long time, the answer would have been easier to read, right? You don't write code for yourselves. It's, you write code for the computer, but you also write code for other humans. You work on a team. So, like, presumably, maybe not, maybe you're by yourself, but easier to read probably has higher value. But I think this is funny, and it's going to get to the end of the article, but I think there is a question that easier to write might actually have some benefits. right? So like, okay, I talk about trade-offs. We talked about these all before, but I think the key one here is like JavaScript is not a reactive language. It's not like a data flow language, so it's possible to lose reactivity. Signals have like one rule, like which is like, don't do like where they read matters. But the problem is that one rule gets manifest in a whole bunch of different ways. So it's like it's not like there's like multiple different rules. It's just the fact that like this one fact that where you access the data matters is the single biggest trade-off. And I can understand if people like that doesn't align with your mental model, like that's fine. Like don't use this stuff. It's good that we have alternatives. But like I think that's mostly the big one, and it is a big one. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying I talked a bit about disposal, but we already talked about that. S.js did an amazing job there. Talk about these uncontrollable graphs. I don't see it, especially with the way things have updated over the last few years. So like, really, this is the crux of it. Like, should we be aware that the language has a reactive primitive or not? And how do we deal with the fact that JavaScript does not? That's the big trade-off. Quoted Evan again, not important, but what? Yeah, I emphasize a bit at the end here that signals don't require a compiler, but you could use a compiler. But I think what I was getting about the read write, I think this might be the last big point I want to talk about here is Dominic Ganaway, creator of Inferno, has been working on a new JavaScript framework, and he kind of shared a bit about it a couple weeks ago, and he's like, it's fully compiler driven. There's no virtual DOM, no component re-rendering. There's signals, but they're never exposed. Essentially, he kind of built something the compiler like, that I was kind of pointing to when I was like theorizing. He basically was like, can I solve? Someone, I think it was Maple, wanted to know what Dominic's framework looked like. Well, guess what? It looks like React, like in the same way that my reactive script example looked like React. Like you generally just write code, that kind of, top down, whatever, and he compiles it into something that kind of looks like solid, right? But he doesn't expose that to the end user. That's basically it. He would resent me saying this because he's done incredible work and he's taken it way further than anything that I talked about in the article. But he sort of is completing like the mission, solving the reactive script problem, right? Like he's quite successfully, in my understanding, talking to different people, he's showing others that using signals under the hood is a very viable mechanical way of achieving stuff like React Forget. I have a feeling the part of the reason why like Facebook or Meta people, talking about React Forget and the reactivity stuff are aligning. Like I think they're coming at the same places where he's coming from. So I think there's something here. But what he was getting at, and this is what the right versus read, he's like this whole debate about signals and React or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's the compiler that matters, right? Right? He's like this is like a semantic syntax change thing. He's like, in his head already, Solid's going to basically be like whatever he's building, React's building Forget. He's like, these are all just the same thing. Like Dominic's already like 3 steps ahead or whatever, right? But he's like, now imagine a UI compiler that leverages AI to self-improve. Not only itself in terms of output, but also recognizing the source code that might be the source of bugs, critical analysis of error stacks. This is what next generation UI frameworks are going to be about, not some argument about what reactivity is and how it's used. Yeah. Basically, like just drop it. And thank you, Dom, for that, because I think he's right, because the cool thing about the language of reactivity rather than the implementation of reactivity, is that it is analyzable, and as we get better at analyzing it, and like there's so much more to be done. Like this is one facet of that. Another facet of AI is the stuff that Qwik's been talking about, but looking at page loads to figure out what part of the JavaScript needs to be loaded. Basically, if we build our libraries and our frameworks around primitives, around building blocks that let us you know, estimate what the best possible solution is in the future, in theory, computer assisted tools could finish that story. That is why signals are interesting, because we've taken the fundamental pieces that we need to be able to represent this stuff. It's kind of like what I was talking about Evan Yu being able to like just with Vue basically just pick and choose what he wanted and use the same data representation to do it. This is why it is compelling. Whether or not we end up talking about the syntax of it and like whether this should be a known thing from the language standpoint, like this is a React variable, or we should like pretend that all variables are reactive. That's the distinction here. It's honestly, the thing is, it's a lot harder to pretend all reactive variables are all variables are reactive because of the same problem with UI equals a function of state, right? That's less optimal, right? You kind of work towards like this ideal. Like it's hard to say where that lands, but regardless, recognizing the right building blocks is something of value. Whew. All right. Right. And Prime asked me when I thought WASM would come into play, because he was really stoked about WASM. And I told him like there's going to be like the current stage and then a web where we are, and then I'm like there's going to be the next stage, and then there's going to be the next stage, and then it's going to be WASM. We've got like two more hops to get to WASM. I think this is very much in line with that. Dominic's hop is not the next hop, but the hop after, and the next hop's already happening right now. It's the stuff that you're seeing happening with Qwik and server components and Islands Runner and all of this, like just the breaking, like it's this reactivity stuff we're talking about right now. Actually, I can even put Solid as part of this, right? Like then there's DOMs, and then there's whatever you're doing, Greg. You're 1, 2, 3. That's my view. Obviously, it's really hard to project stuff that far into the future, but yeah, that's sort of like that's like the simplistic 1, 2, 3. People hate on the front end for too many frameworks, except that's just how the front end community iterates. You wouldn't go to a mathematician and tell them to stop writing proofs. Yeah. And let's be fair, like there isn't that much churn. I mean, everyone's still using React, so like, yeah. Like I think this is really it's so funny because when you look to the future, it's always here already. It's about finding the right timing and the right placement and the right product and all that kind of stuff. And there's so many factors that play into it that it's always like, that's why it's hard to predict. You can see the general trend, but you can't like tell if something's too early and misses the mark. So talking about this stuff is always completely speculative, but the one true thing is that these things will keep on coming up. So I think that like, expect change, right? I mean, that was the whole point of my last, like my article about predicting for whatever, but anyways, I should get back to make sure I don't show any like hidden tweets. But yeah, this article about heading to 2023, I think last year was an incredible year for proving out technology. We saw stuff like Leptos, like show capability of WASM we didn't see before. We saw Qwik. We saw server components and, in a few different versions, stuff to be excited about, right? we saw server functions and compiled RPCs. We see a lot of really cool technologies. They all came out last year. Kind of like the end, like part of this arc that kind of started around 2020. I feel like, and now it's like, how do we actually integrate them? How do we actually like get the DX to the place? But the stuff's all sitting here. It's just like putting together the pieces. Okay. All right, where was I? Okay, so let's talk about some stuff here. Yeah, I'm gonna look at chat and see if I can catch up on it. What are your thoughts about people not liking things like 4? Sorry, I just got here as I mentioned already. Oh, yeah, I mean, this one's always a little bit funny to me because it's like, but I think it's a misunderstanding. And I actually touched on it in my article, like the tiniest bit, but like 4 is just a special map function. It is a runtime process. The compiler is not doing anything special. You could have written your own 4. You can use map. You can do whatever the hell you want. So like 4 is just JavaScript. See, I said it. 4 is just JavaScript. See how many people, that's what people take offense to. When I say 4 is just JavaScript, it upsets people. But I mean, there's an interesting question. If 4 is just JavaScript, right? This is the thing, because a lot of people disagree with me that 4 is just JavaScript. My question here, and I'm going to pull this one down, is this if statement just JavaScript? Right? And this is not React. This is that compiler. Like right? Right? Like, yeah, in normal React, but I'm talking about when we move to the point that the compiler is actually generating a solid show component basically under the hood for this. Is this just JavaScript? Like, this is such a funny debate to me. Like, it's, I know people like will like fight on this hill. Like, it's like, because yeah, 4 is literally like a component solid is literally basically literally a function call. So this 4 compiles to call the function named 4. Like it's like the funny thing is, like, in React, if you wanted to optimize, like, I think Adobe has actually made 4 components for optimization purposes, for memoizing they didn't want to create all the VDOM nodes because they had really large, stupidly large components. Like, the thing is, this is just a map. It's kind of like, you know, when you write a layout component or something, or paginated thing, or like suspense or error boundaries, which are conditionals. Like, this is just a natural composition pattern, right? In a sense, solid starts at the composable primitive instead of starting with the non-composable and then moving it up to it. But like, if you have some kind of like conditional layout component or something with a render prop or something, like, that's all show is. It's just like, it's basically just a little wrapper, you know. So I feel like people feel like 4 is too declarative. It makes sense. Yeah, like maybe, but like, it's going to be funny because like if like a compiler like this supports like for loop as language syntax, like 4 doesn't return stuff like like map statements do. Like, I'm just really like, maybe they'll do it like do expressions or whatever, but I'm just like, I'm really curious. And this is part of a perception thing. If people see a compiler, you know, see this and go, yeah, this is just JavaScript, because they're doing this right now with Svelte to a certain degree. Vicharis is always like, no, Svelte is Svelte-lang. It's not like, or Svelte script. It's not just JavaScript. But people are just like, yeah, I love Svelte. It's just JavaScript. And you're like, I'm like, not really, no, right? So I think this is one of the most funny pieces, because if the perception continues on that like Svelte or React Forget is just JavaScript, when it's kind of like the furthest thing from it, then like even debating about 4 is kind of awkward, because then you're like, okay, I guess I should maybe follow suit, because somehow like a compiler generating completely different code and moving your code around is more just JavaScript than calling a function. It's mind-boggling, but I also see a reality where people believe that. So yeah, most of this is always this is why I don't go to Reddit, because if I go to Reddit, you just can't you, between like when you go in the Reddit comment section, people are going to say stuff which is completely not true. Like just oh yeah, Solid has no story for universal renderers. It's like no, it does, but and the people argue it like in multiple threads about how that's true, and you're like, no, I created Solid. You can do this. Look, here's an example, and they'll keep on arguing you. So like, yeah, what I'm getting at is like that kind of response. YouTube comments are pretty close, actually, surprisingly. Dev2 is actually much more thoughtful, but like Reddit and YouTube comments are kind of and Hacker News are kind of approaching each other. Reddit's probably the worst. Is like if I try and debate the 4 thing, I will be there for a year, because you can you can literally like point that out to someone and be like, look, and they'll be like, downvote, and then everyone's like, downvote. It's like, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Other common things. I'm sure if we look at Reddit, people will be like, man, yeah, I like the response to my article, which is literally like, hey, this is how we solve the problem, will be people going like, yeah, I don't really like Solid because it leads to big spaghetti code and two-way binding and mutability and stuff, and you like, like, and you're just like, I literally just wrote an article that said that that's not the case, and like showed how that's not the case, but now like argue with you for like 10 comments. Like, yeah, no, everyone knows that Reddit is basically and Hacker News is basically a waste of time. I have to assume people just like trolling there. It's not that they're like just innately that stupid. Like it's just part of the culture. Yeah, well, the reason that we connect stuff to render roots is to handle the automatic disposal, right? Because otherwise, you'd have to dispose the effects all yourself manually. I talked about this a bit on the trade-offs, is the fact that disposal is a thing. So it's best to keep the effects together. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, you could have leaky programs. Global, it doesn't matter because your app will go away. But if people start like creating effects in like event handlers and stuff, that's why we give the warning. It's something you got to be aware of, but it also like it's a restriction that makes sense, and it's not any more restrictive of saying like your state has to belong in a component tree. That's the thing. Like just because you can pull stuff out, like the local global scope, doesn't mean that that's actually a good idea. That's the thing. They don't even read the articles. Yeah, no, that's probably it. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I think the difference here is like React's got like majority market share. That's where all the misunderstanding is, and then literally like I don't know if this is going to be a Solid win or who else win. Like everybody's doing a bit of what Solid's doing to varying degrees, and they have to the varying comforts right now, except for React. So like, yeah, I don't know. It might be interesting. We might be in a good place where people think we have a good solution, but there's a lot of choices out there. It's funny, like maybe if this was earlier on in the life cycle and it would have been more of a thing, but like it's almost like most of the ecosystem that isn't React has kind of come around to this, but React is still like the major player, so it's like, you know, it's not quite the same as Tailwind. Hey Dev, welcome back. Turns out most frameworks are pretty good. Yeah, what do you know? People working on stuff and maintaining it for years and years, like get something somewhere. Yeah, no, what do you know? Yeah, this is all I've been trying to kind of put out there like over the years because like I think one of the harshest I've ever been on people is when they tell me like it just, and this is a little biased. It's just when I first started putting Solid out there, I got like a lot of hatred about like how I could make the world suffer by introducing a new framework, or a lot of like the truth of the matter is when you create a framework and put it out there, and there's similarities and different things, and the thing is because everyone could make their own framework and change one little feature and then make it say like they needed to make a new framework, and this happened a lot. Like web components made it so like everyone was like, let's make our own framework. And the thing is like, I get it. So, but the truth of the matter is like, there's a natural phenomenon which stops those frameworks from bubbling to the top. Like people kind of go, oh, like if they don't like that one thing and it was that easy to make a framework, well then they'll make their own framework. You know what I mean? Like it's only when you get to a point that something substantial or important happens that these things actually get to a certain degree. It was just really funny, right? Because like as you go through that process, you know, the truth of the matter is most critics aren't going to actually look at what you're doing. They're going to do a quick glance and go, this doesn't offer anything new. Like my favorite ones for Solid have always been where people are like, yeah, this is just an evolution on React. It's not revolutionary enough. This won't really change things. And it's like, it doesn't do enough. It's not 10x better or whatever. And it's just like, sure. Like, what does 10x better even mean? And I think people are actually starting to understand that and this is why I always try to write in articles, but maybe I'm not very clear, is the actual architectural impact and mechanical pieces that make Solid, and I guess different than React, are actually significant, actually fairly significant, to the point that like we're seeing a shift here. So like, I don't know, I leave that up to the historians, like I'm not going to try and guess what 10x better means, but I mean, it's a really good line to keep on saying when you want to like just like be like, I don't want to look at this right now, which is perfectly valid. Just do that. Next time someone's like, yeah, check out this library, and you're like, no, I need the next library I look at to be 10x better than the one I just looked at. There, like that's a really easy way to end the conversation. Yeah, I mean it's fine. He's playing at it sarcastically, right? Like I mean this is kind of the expectation. I didn't find it very funny from a lot of influencers early on. At this point, you get past that at a certain point. You're just like, yeah, whatever. It was more that like people who actually believe it, but I mean it's fine. It's like enough is enough. I get it. But you just turn it off. Just dial down the headphones. Just ignore it. You don't have to. Like it's good that work is happening. You don't have to be so critical of it. It's fine. I think the tone of this has changed so much. People are starting to see the need for innovation. So it's so funny. In the last 2 years, there's been way less backlash. Like God, 2018, 2019 period. Whew. Wow. Like the seethingness. Like people got like angry, like really angry. It's like kind of funny almost. You're just like, wow, I didn't realize I could make someone so angry by spending my personal time trying to make something that could be valuable for someone. It's like, no. Yeah, no, Dom's position is awesome. Tricky part is like it'd be awesome like we could work together and do like stuff. Like, it's tricky. This is the thing that I've been navigating a lot recently with like Bling and Astro and stuff. It's like there is going to be some converging and some team ups, and there's going to be some people working on almost the same stuff, but like independently because a few little decision point things, and this is all okay. Not, it's like there's two sides of the argument. On one side, there's this like fatigue, blah 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 thing, but on the other side, it's like there's like you could go too far the other way, right? Like sometimes the web component stuff feels like that, where it's like, oh no, everything should be web components. It's like maybe not. Like you can be just as like restrictive on the other side of things. Like I guess I get that it's well-meaning, but like it's good that there's different choices and different options. People still attack Tailwind, yeah, definitely. The noob tool that no one. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a long thing, and it's always the really experienced CSS people that tend like the old school guys who tend to not like Tailwind because CSS meant something very different for them, and CSS in itself is very very powerful if you like CSS. The problem is like I'm not sure everybody likes CSS. Right. On the other hand, Tailwind keeps on going, and at a certain point, you're just kind of like, they kind of won. I mean, maybe that's React's story. Maybe that's what's happened with React. To a certain degree, I think that is what happened with React. So reading up on the comments. Yeah, performance is a fickle thing. You sell too hard on performance, and the next thing that comes out faster is going to threaten that a little bit. So I hope that people who did come for performance do notice that performance has DX inputs, not or like FX, not just UX. That's what I've been trying to. My last article was really trying to emphasize is because you can. And I actually wrote an article to that effect a few years ago, comparing solid. I called it the Tesla of JavaScript frameworks, which is pretty bold, I'd say. But what I was saying is that like when you talk about performance in terms of efficiency, you can always reverse the equation a little bit, right? Like if you look at like the value of electric cars being saving on gas and being more efficient in a certain way, then it's logical that performance could also be like they're two sides of the same coin, right? Being efficient can actually be a developer experience benefit too. And I don't just mean like build times. I mean literally because performance stops being the focal point, depending how things are architectured, it actually gives you more room to work with. Like if your library is small, you're not penny counting on every single other third party library you can use. That's like an obvious one, but you can extend that really to anything. It just gives you more room to work with. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm actually really glad that React has taken on this thing. They used to say that they weren't a reactive framework. They now say that they have their own reactivity, and I think this is the way healthier thing. I wrote an article about this also. Of course, I wrote an article about a lot of things, but it was called like, "Is React truly reactive?" And the funny thing is, like, Qwik had written something a couple of years earlier that said like React isn't really reactive because the core team guys had basically told him that, and he kind of explain the difference with push and all that kind of stuff. But then I wrote my article and I was just like, this is such a stupid distinction when like Svelte's reactive yet React isn't. It's like kind of the same thing, like I explained earlier. I mean, there's differences, but like my point is like the distinctions on the reactivity thing is like we're all reactive. I feel partially that the change in positioning on React to admit this is showing, and it's not because of this recent signal push. They're repositioning themselves, possibly because of the way Svelte did, to kind of like tie into that same kind of idea of what the idea of reactivity imbues in people. Where for the longest time they actually were strictly like, we're not like purely reactive, or we're not like reactive like that, because that was the differentiating thing. There's conversation. I pulled it up on the thread. There's some TC39 people talking about a DOM tried to propose something. It did hit a bit of a wall. I don't think I'll find it right now, but I remember like there's a lot of people who are like JavaScript's not a control flow language, but there's enough people to still push at it that I wouldn't be surprised if a proposal shows up. It was just really funny. I remember Brendan Eich himself responded to DOM and was basically like no. And when I talked about this in a previous stream, but when Brendan Eich comes in and says no, you're like, okay, like that's pretty big. the Nissan Leaf. I don't. Uh, or maybe that's Svelte. No, I don't know. Like, it depends what you mean by the Nissan Leaf, because like, yeah. But I think you're talking about from a performance standpoint. But if you look at like the Nissan Leaf, it's actually like efficient and small. Like yeah. I don't know if there's like that would be like building for size rather than speed, but on the same vector. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, just catching up. Sorry, React wasn't reactive because they didn't want to be associated with RxJS. Yeah, same reason why I didn't go with observable. It's funny because I didn't know. Like, I kind of knew about Elm, but I was just like, yeah, but it was kind of to the side. And I was using S.js, and so I knew about Signal. But I was like, this wasn't a common term, and it was way more common to call them observables. But RxJS like pushed me from that. I was like, no, not doing observable. Metaframeworks eventually start working on more background features that are more common things with backgrounds. Kind of, maybe not. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know if you saw Netlify and Vercel both support cron jobs. So they're setting stuff up to be serverless. So what you're going to see is, I think you're going to see the infrastructure allow for the decoupling of these kind of background things, like into services that are easily consumed from these JavaScript meta frameworks. I think that's a better way of putting it. Like, the thing is, if you take Solid Start or SvelteKit or Remix or whatever, we're kind of like an Express server. Like, we handle request responses, we have a middleware layer. If people made stuff on top of the middleware layer, we could have a lot of these things. It's kind of, you know what I mean? Like, I guess most middleware is around handling the web server side, and you're talking about other background processes. But like, yeah, I mean, maybe if it makes sense. There's a lot of interesting work being done in closing that gap on a service side, like stuff like Convex, which wants reactive databases and stuff. Like, I know, like, we have to be careful with some of these things. Like, these aren't all good ideas, like putting GraphQL between your database and your web server. That's not where it goes. But like, I think that like, I do think it's going to be more on the infrastructure plays, like the Vercels and the Netlifys and the Cloudflares of the world. Now it's all just car comparisons. Ford is the F-150, or React is the Ford F-150. Self-following you because they're just cracking me up. Yeah, this is something I've been thinking about recently. But only in the same way. You know how we were talking about Vue and Vue Vapor, and what that migration is like. I feel like we could play that game with React, and that's what I've been working on, where it's like you have a React app, you can put solid components in it, right? I've made demos of this. I'd like to package it up. One of the challenges there is actually bundling. You need a platform where you can do that, and I know this doesn't work quite as I hope today, but maybe Astro could be that platform. What if you could build really nice? I realize like Next is somewhere else, and that's where people really want to be able to do it. But Vite, if we can build some kind of common base, I think there'd be a really interesting story about being able to do that. Like, obviously, it is definitely possible to do it and figure out how to get like maybe TurboPack or whatever to do these things. But I think we're going to see a lot of really cool stuff coming out of the work that Tanner with TanStack, myself, and Fred are doing in terms of tying it together. You have this agnostic platform, a place where meta frameworks, like I saw Brandon playing with some Astro stuff with Analog or whatever, I think, and some like the Bling stuff. We could see a bunch of the frameworks come together on kind of a common deployment layer thing. So like I was talking about explaining how we're all Express servers. What if we were all the same Express server? Like if then it starts getting kind of interesting to be able to like tell these interop stories, because like maybe you have your content site in Astro and you use some React components with it, and then you migrate your Next app or React app into TanStack Start, which is a full React meta framework. You're doing that, and it's in the same same setup with your Astro project, all using Astro core, same things. Use your React components in your content site, and then at a certain point, you're like, I'm going to try some of these pages in Solid Start because I'm interested in that, and then maybe you use some Solid components in your TanStack Start app because Astro can support both compilations, and then who knows? Like I think there might be a really cool story here, to take kind of that vision and take it a lot further. I don't know. I'm suddenly more interested. Yeah, I'm so far behind you guys on stream. No, I'm 4 minutes behind. Okay, I'm not doing too bad. Oh man, sorry, I haven't like even moved this in front of me. This is a great Jace Phelps quote, but yeah, he's the one who triggered me on this. If you know, Jay Phelps worked on RxJS, and he's a big reactivity fan. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of potential here. What's interesting to me is if we can figure out the right division of work, kind of like Vite was really good at figuring out. There's so much potential for everyone to win. Yep, yep. I mean, this is React is king. What else are we gonna do? Call it the metaverse? No, we're not calling it the metaverse. I know that's a joke, but oh, for the reactivity stuff, it wasn't actually proposal. Like literally, should we see if we can find it? Let's just like search on Dominic's True ADM profile and go down. He was literally just on Twitter being like, "Hey, wouldn't this be cool if we could get this in JSX? Wouldn't this be cool if we could get a reactive primitive?" And then it's just like, no. I probably saved it at some point, but I don't trust my bookmarks. One thing I wish JSX had. Okay, so he's talking about putting executable blocks inside JSX. All this stuff takes me back to Marco. Like we talked about this kind of stuff. The reason this is nice is because like in something solid, you literally could nest like stuff in control flows, and I mean you could, yeah. It's just I always find my break my control flows. Yeah, okay, that's not the one. Here we go. Bam. I know it's highly unlikely, but I wish there was a reactive form of binding in JavaScript as a primitive, like let bound x equals 1, and then let bound y equals 1, x equals 2, console log y. Basically, he's not even talking about effects yet. He's just talking about, like, can we have reactive state and derived state? I looked at this example and I was like, actually, I'm not sure if bounds make sense here. I think there's, like, some language things, but I got what he was getting at, right? Yeah, I mean, this was basically the Destiny operator, right? And yeah, it's far lower than the previous proposals around observables. He's like, he wanted to simplify it a bit, right? It wasn't too popular. I guess it still interests raised controversial points. And I obviously said like, hey, there's stuff, but what I say doesn't actually matter. Svelte's dollar sign, and he's like, yep, basically, yeah. Which again, Svelte's dollar sign is kind of the Destiny operator, if you understand it. You look at MobX. He's like, I know MobX, but he wants it in the language. Yep. See, this is the fun thing when you propose stuff. People, yep. Yeah, he's like, it's not that different except making a function. But there's a TypeScript difference here too. I think like they understand that it's a variable with a value. I would die for that. I wish I could say like, hey TypeScript, this function is like a variable. Like if we could just get that, so much stuff. Yeah, we tried Svelte. Yeah, it's so funny. He's literally like Like people would just keep on telling him to try Svelte, and it's like, no. Here we go. Brendan Ike, welcome to the stage. JS is not a data flow language, but you can use getter and setters to do this on an object container. I get that, but there's actually far more involved when you treat this as a first-class binding. For one, it handles the age-old problem of ordered dependencies inside and out, which are generally problematic or incorrectly handled. Yes. Yes. TC39 might take this up, but I doubt it'll go far quickly. Would need a champion who can do it. He did tag some people. That's good to know. To be honest, I've been aware of previous pushback around reactivity at TC39. I think there's still something worth pursuing. Yeah, anyways. So, to be fair, Brendan didn't completely say no. But he was just basically like, kind of like no. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is if they brought into the language, now they're responsible for like browser vendors are responsible for like the debugging experience, right? But I mean, it's kind of fine. Remember async await? That took a while to actually get good debugging. Where you have that like continuation of context. So initially async await came out, and you basically were kind of on your own. Here's another one too. Let me see if I can grab that one. That looks like it's from Alexis. Also, thank you, Code Monument. Gifted a tier 1 sub. Thank you. Sorry, just catching up on that. That was probably like hours ago. Let me see if I can see this one. I think this was the work that Joe Pio was working on. He also solid community member. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. We bike shed on this stuff like all day long. This looks like the labels proposal. This is why I enjoyed writing that Svelte script, or sorry, reactive script article, because I actually think that there's a finite number of categories of solutions that you can do to solve it here. Like, there isn't actually that many options, so that we probably could list them all and compare them and talk about them. It's interesting to me, like each time you see the different things. Like, yeah. Anyway, I think types are probably the most interesting. I guess a keyword would kind of accomplish that, but it's interesting when you start talking about composition, what that means. Like if you have a function that returns something reactive, and you put this here, does that mean that the whole function invocation is tracked, or does that mean it returns a reactive variable? You almost need it built into the language, like the type system, to actually know that this function returns a reactive variable. Sorry, I'm probably getting like a little bit too... All right. Yeah, and the thing is, there's been proposals before multiple times. TC39 has a proposal for RX style observables. There's a proposal for object.observe that actually got pretty far before it got canned. I promise whatever gets added soon. Yeah, this is kind of the funny part about this and the standard stuff. It's usually because you have to compromise and like weigh everything out, that like in the end, like sometimes the ergonomics don't matter, so you're gonna wrap over it anyways. But like usually it's like a lot of the bike shedding is about like API, and TC39 doesn't care about your developer ergonomics as much as like being correct, which is a good thing. But it's interesting because like when it does happen, people would be like I don't like how it looks or something, like something really silly. Yeah, it's standards are hard. I'm not making light of that. But it's also, I mean, I would say that too. The JavaScript framework people kind of just largely just go, yeah, if you build something useful, or we'll give our feedback. But then we're like, we're not going to stop us from building what we're doing. But this is where a lot of that tension comes in, because they kind of like go off on their own, and people are like, why aren't you adhering to the standards? Blah blah blah. And it's like, there's could be a lot of answers to that. All right. So I have caught up on Twitch chat now and YouTube chat. So we're actually doing okay. You guys have started to slow down. I thought I would never catch up. Yeah, I mean, yeah. We're at 3 hours and 40 minutes on a stream that basically had no content before it started, and I just spoke off the top of my head. I think we're like I could finish up soon here, honestly. I've covered what I wanted to today. I've said today would be a shorter stream. Yeah, I mean, if I'm not going to get many more questions here, and I think we're kind of winding down, unless there's like something that I missed that I think someone wanted me to look at a different reactive library. Maybe we can do that for a minute. Yeah, what was it? What was the reactive library? I think people kept on telling me about something like Signia or something. Signia. Excuse me. Yeah. TL draw Signia. Signals library for TypeScript. There you go. Check the docs. I love how they're now being branded as Signals libraries. This is awesome. Framework agnostic. Okay, so this is a state library. So perspective wise, what we're comparing it to here is MobX rather than to like or Preact signals independent, like rather than to like what Solid's doing. This is a state library. Okay. What are signals? The value change of time trigger side effects. The funny thing is, I think a lot of things are going to be called signals these days. I mean, this sounds like my rhetoric. Yeah. Okay. So we're in agreement here. Derived state exclusively. Okay, that's good. So a lot of my biggest concern here on the stuff is I think some libraries are going to skip over this, and it's the most important part. Like, like if you just have state and you have effects, and then you use effects to write back to other state, you're back in knockout zone again. You're not actually have the signals. Like if your library doesn't have a computed or a memo or something, you aren't really like you're very much in danger of like you could do stuff with it and like get the fine grained updates, but you're very much in danger of like losing the guarantees. Maybe even 10. Oh, you mean 10 years, not 10 libraries. I thought you were making fun of the fact. Okay. I hope so, but I mean, it's hard to say. I get in some gray zones when talking around that. Like, to me, imperative code is code that, like, runs top down, but it's like it's a little bit challenging because all code actually runs top down, and like control flow can be seen as imperative or declarative depend on like how it's used. So yeah, it's a little bit challenging distinction. It's still worth something. Some things like you can still like it's almost like a meter. You can still like use it to as a way of like saying something is more on the declarative side or not. Well, I think that what they mean by declarative is sort of like my code looks more like this and less like this. Uh, Declarative data generally is like every variable is a const. Do you know what I mean? Like, but I mean this is a very yeah, I don't know. Like that's not even completely true. I'm not. How do you guys distract me on talking about something completely inane like that? Sorry, let's get back to this. Use state, show completed, to news. Okay, sorry, this is a React example. Okay, blah blah blah. They're showing the fact that it literally re-renders everything. Explain the pull library. I mean, so far this looks like a typical reactive library. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think that's the most interesting thing about creating an agnostic reactive library right now, or agnostic signals library, is your target is probably like React. Like, are you going to use an agnostic reactive library in Solid, or Preact, or Qwik, or Vue, or Angular? It's funny. This is just gonna put it out there. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do know, but Jo- this is what I'm talking about. Like, I usually don't consider Jotai recoil signals libraries, but part of it is because of the way they interact with React and probably less of themselves. Because it starts getting into a very gray place where, like, the yeah, honestly, it's probably this. Yeah, I Recoil and MobX classically have had a very, very different way they interact with React. MobX wrapped parts of your React code, maybe components, in observers, and then it's a tracking scope. It's like making a create effect around it, but it's more complicated because you have to get React to do the re-rendering instead of MobX. I forget if I explained how to do that on one of my streams. It's actually really complicated. I think it might have done on the React stream. I did a React Solid stream where I was talking about how you can make React and Solid work together, and I showed how I made a version of state management for React. Like Solid, we have a React state management. You can use create signal in React, but we work the way MobX does. Whereas Recoil, you don't wrap components with these wrappers. Where you use the atom inside the component, that's where it subscribes. So if you go use this atom, that's the component that subscribes. If you update it here, use it here, do something with there, that's the component that reruns. Whereas in MobX, you could pull in through context a MobX variable. You could pass it to down 3 children, and then read it there, and then set it up here, and it's only the child down there that reruns. It's not coupled to the component because it just makes its own reactive scope. Whereas in Recoil and Jotai or whatever, I believe it's like where you actually use it that gets subscribed. So it's like the difference. MobX uses automatic dependency tracking, which I don't know that the other two actually do, which makes it different. And I typically consider automatic dependency tracking part of what makes signals. All right, let's see. Now I got some questions coming in. You can use Jotai too outside of React. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't want to get distracted from what I was looking here. So far, this looks like, I guess I don't, let's look at Signia React. Okay, so interesting. So is this actually more like, no, see this track function? Yeah, so it's like MobX, see? This is the observer tracking it, and then, okay. I think this is the MobX pattern rather than the classic Jotai thing. See how you have to wrap. If you turn tracked version of each given component, signals are read while the component renders are tracked. Yeah. So this is basically, okay. So it's like MobX with a different API. Use atom, use computed. What's use value? Oh, okay. And then use value is basically Jotai. Okay, this is actually really good for being instructional, because this is actually, I love this actually, because track, atom, computed is essentially MobX. Use value is like Recoil or Jotai, right? Because you have to use track. If you use track, that's the only way is you use atom or use computed. Like these just inject into the scope, and then when you read full name dot value, wherever you read it, that track picks it up. It's like Solid's create effect, right? But if you don't track the component, you can also just subscribe directly by calling use value. So at any point, you can take your atom you pull into your component and use it. So your choice is either track it MobX style or use value, more like Jotai or recoil style. It's interesting. I understand why they offer both. It's just this is kind of an interesting thing about the use thing, because they're kind of basing this almost more off like React use, and I wonder. I guess React use will be specific to what React wants to support, but it's like interesting if you had a universal use thing, and then user space keeps on coming up with new things like this. The use doesn't end up being that universal, because React was really happy that they could use for promises and context and stuff, and they just have like the one hook. But then like stuff like this might not work in that zone. Anyways, do you all follow what I'm saying? Basically, this combination makes it like MobX. This lets you kind of do it like Jotai recoil, and that's the difference. Because you can basically use a value without wrapping the component. I was going to look at Jotai too. Why not? Let's look at Jotai. What's up? Blah, blah, blah. Core. Okay, Jotai gives you an atom thing. So here you're describing your derivations top level, but this is not the actual. And then you use an atom. Does this only really work for, like, can you have multiple copies of text atom? I guess not. So you define the state outside of the components. Any case, and then handle text, set. Where's uppercase atom? Right, so this is the derived value. Interesting. This is kind of like Qwik, actually, where they pass the getter in. That's interesting ergonomics. It's because they don't have automatic dependency tracking. You have to explicitly say that you're tracking it, I guess. That's fine. I mean, it's an API choice. Honestly, compilers actually generate code more like this. Usually the benefit of using get is you don't have an extra closure wrapper, but it's usually clunkier if you're like using it in general. But because they give you a closure here, then you get the get and you don't have to import it. Importing the get is usually a little bit more of a pain for ergonomics, but I'm following so far. And then let's see here. How does this work? Documentation. I want to see the React bindings, because I guess the React bindings are, yeah, see, this is really simple, actually, if you think about it. This is why the library is so small, right? Because like basically this part's universal. So you can define some state and derive state, and it knows how to wire this for you, right? And then this subscribes. This is use value in the other library. Done. So the thing is, the expectation of, if you are going to use Jotai in your library, this is one of those interesting ones. The expectation is that you're going to be able to have to write your own use atom or way of subscribing to your component. This is actually why Jotai has never made it into Solid, I don't think. Because people have made like Jotai-esque APIs around Solid's primitives, but like it's funny, we actually have a version of Solid where you can actually use other, like we have a feature where you can actually use other reactive libraries. Like you can use MobX and have it track in Solid without wrappers. If you set it as an external source, and then you can just use MobX as is in Solid without changing anything, which is really, really cool feature. Jotai is not compatible with that because it doesn't have the same kind of auto tracking mechanism. And the tricky part with Solid or Jotai is expecting something here to subscribe. I think, like it's like there's a component to subscribe to or something. Whereas like if you have no component, what do you wire the Jotai to? You have to like make a signal, and then you'd have to convert the actual signal, like these, into signals so that you could actually read them and actually get the tracking to happen. So basically, it basically does nothing. So yeah, this is interesting. I guess it's framework agnostic for libraries whose components re-render is basically probably what I'm getting here, which makes sense because almost every framework's components re-render. So okay, so how are we doing? How is solid start changing? I heard you talk last week. I didn't clear what it meant. Oh no, no, okay. Sorry. Did I not talk about this again last week? Was it? No, I didn't. Maybe I talked a little bit. Sorry, I can make this really, really clear. Again, two different projects just sitting side by side. TanStack framework is a React framework. Solid Start is a Solid framework. We're talking about both sharing the same core in Astro. We're extracting Solid server functions into something called Bling, which can be used. So we're just working together on the shared parts, and Tanner's going to help me with the types on the router. And essentially, it's a React framework and a Solid framework built on the same foundation. That's pretty much all there is to it, right? So it's like it's interesting because the shared stuff is sitting now underneath this TanStack brand, but it's just our stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, Tanner's doing a lot of work and like that, but I mean, it's just like it's not migrating to TanStack. The stuff doesn't exist essentially. Like we're just like Nikhil and Tanner are working really hard together to make an agnostic baseline. So it's more like, yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping that makes sense. Literally, the why this is always confusing is because TanStack stuff is all agnostic. This one isn't. Is the way to put it. Okay. Yeah, I'll bite. This is an interesting question. My gut is no, but let me explain a bit. This is why RX is, I don't call RX fine grained reactive, although you could do it that way. Like I built something like Solid using RX. It's just like it's kind of like I even feel maybe this is why Elm got away from signals. It's just like the flow in cycle. The whole point of it is that like you keep all the side effects outside the system, and you just have like a very let me pull up cycle.js for people who don't know. Okay, let's see here. Let's go to read the docs. There's an example. Like they're just building a big pipe. So like the sources coming in are streams. The thing coming out is streams. So like you could do some finer grained stuff instead of just calling combine latest here, I guess. But like I'm maybe getting the weeds, most people like, I don't care about your silly functional FRP JavaScript framework that hasn't been that popular in the last couple of years. But like, okay, sure. I think what you could do is take the input sources, map them to signals. It's really hard because it depends on how you make the driver here, because this RX cycle likes like that, the fact that it's like that purity stream, the same thing that React does. Like they wouldn't do this on their own because they don't like want to retain a DOM, so to speak. But this is declarative enough that the space outside, I'm gathering, only runs once. So I could see a world where you took the sources, converted them into signals, where you bound them directly to the DOM, and then pass them as RX sources, like streams still to other component. I think it's a mess, honestly. Can you? Yeah. We have a universal render. I have a stream about that, where I have two streams. I have one where Nikhil shows us how he made React 3 Fiber, React Ink, and React or PDF and Solid. So I guess it's Solid 3, Solid Ink, and Solid PDF. I actually have a stream where I actually make the universal renderer into the DOM, like a really quick DOM renderer, and then run it through the JS framework benchmark. And it actually did pretty good. I mean, things have shifted around now, but at the time it scored the universal renderer was slower than solid, but it was as fast as Inferno. So, yeah. Yeah, it's really tricky to find, like, there's only a couple of us working on stuff, and I'm probably a bit of the bottleneck right now. The PRs coming in right now are really great. We just need to. This is why we're doing this move and stuff with Astro. I want to help streamline us being able to actually deliver on it. It's hard with a small team of volunteers to manage the meta framework. Almost all the meta frameworks have a company behind them, like multiple people. All right, still reading. I mean, convenience at the time. This the next version, like in the future, these will be separate. I did a stream with Milo where you kind of hinted at it. You can, like, we have a different reactive system that we're working on towards for future Solid, and it's Act Solid.js slash reactivity. So I just didn't bother because I'm a skeptic of agnostic solutions a little bit. Like I just mentioned, if I made an agnostic Solid like reactive library, where would you use it? I already made one for React, so I thought that was like good enough, like React Solid State. The truth of the matter is, like, I thought the Solid package was small enough that I was just like, whatever. It's like 6 kilobytes. Like your bundler is not going to pull the other code in anyways. So like, if you really want to use Solid, just use Solid.js, and like you can use it. Like, you just use the package as is as a reactivity library, and not really worry about it. But yeah, mostly that I set this up before that was like a trend, like before Vue did it, before others are starting to do this pre-act and whatnot. There's a solid Jotai, of course. I mean, there we go. So it can be done. Actually, you know what? I'm curious. Are you curious? I'm curious. What does a solid Jotai library look like? Okay, I like the API. Ah, see, told you. They call count as a function because it's so all this is an API wrapper. Let's a primitive like based on Jotai. What is okay? Let's see what a use atom does. Use atom value, set atom value. That's fine. Where's this coming from? Okay. Use atom value. Okay. Interesting. So they have to map to resources for stores. Otherwise. Oh, cool. Okay. So um, they're actually using my approach to basically it's a signal interface with a proxy in it. They've kind of unified it. So you call as a function, and then everything underneath it, it's deep proxies. And then they use a resource if it's a promise. Otherwise, they just create a signal out of it. Okay. and then the store on submission writes to the signal. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. Okay. So like what it does is it provides a slightly more universal API that aligns with Jotai's way, but generally speaking, you're just creating signals. Like you could almost just put create signal out here, but there's like it handles a few other cases as well. Okay, that makes sense. What's the best way for sharing state with signals? I don't quite understand what the question is. Sharing state with signals. Maybe like talking about like nested reactivity in stores. I'm not sure. Can we send a signal from cells back? Right now, only resources do that, and only like during render. We're not doing like WebSockets or something. Like generally speaking, though, when you're doing SSR and you create resources, we serialize the promise, and it wakes up when the same resources, hydrated in the client. Yeah, sorry, just reading through. I'm only catching up on the all the Cycle.js talk now. I did address this before, but really simply, they aren't any different. Like MobX and signals are the exact same thing. It's not MobX's fault; it's React's fault. If you want to say like about the difference, it's like essentially like it's not the reactivity is the same. It's the way you use it that's different. That's where all the confusion comes in. MobX is a fine-grained reactive library. React is not a fine-grained reactive renderer. Whether I say that's a problem, blame React, but I mean like I'm just like that. It's perfectly fine, is what I'm getting at. It's like the hype though is about the renderer. Funnily enough, not about the actual reactivity. CRD2 tip. Sorry, are you guys like talking about like WebSockets and stuff, or like we like you got like four editors open and they're all talking to each other and they stay in sync? I think the coolest thing. Sorry, let me. Did I miss any APIs on the Signia thing? We kind of got distracted. This all makes sense. How about the core libraries? Okay, there's more here. Okay, Atom computed React, which I'm getting the effect with the reactor, thin layer, effect scheduler, fair enough, transact. Like transact does not create a new transaction. Transactions, okay, this is an interesting idea. Okay, set, throw a new error. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Interesting, and there's a rollback. Okay, cool. Yeah, we don't have anything like this. This is an interesting addition. When I say don't have anything like this, I'm lying. Technically, transitions are kind of like this. The mechanism that we use uh, for doing like concurrent rendering, where you kind of like start something off on the side and then do this, and it's basically when you commit the async stuff that everything merges. So like we have a bit of this, but nothing as far as having rollbacks or what that's. So it's funny. I copied transition because of React naming, but transaction is a much better name for what transitions are. But yeah, this looks like this is interesting. I think this. Okay, yeah, because I was like looking at this, I'm like, yeah, so it's MobX. No, this is the interesting piece here. They have a model for committing and like not for batching so much, but for like making sure everything goes together and then committing it together. Right? Does this handle async? Because if it's synchronous, if it's synchronous, it's less interesting because like I mean, it's kind of like Solid's old version of Solid's batch command, which didn't commit the didn't write to the signals till the end, and then yeah, it wasn't particularly useful. This must support because I have to imagine that all these could apply at the same time. Yeah, this is the piece that probably is worth looking into. I have to imagine this is actually the thing because like Solid had a batch command for a long time that basically would run everything. We still batch, but we went with what the batch command did was it wouldn't set the signals until the end. So in theory, yes, if you threw, then you would get this behavior. But as I said, wasn't a very common scenario. Async is the only reason why this matters because otherwise you're in synchronous mode, and I don't know that. Does this support async transitions? Is that the trick? Yeah, I mean, however you want. Signals aren't really worried about that. Like if you set up some WebSocket or you played with like some kind of local storage mechanism that triggered, like I said, that's more multi-window. But yeah, like set up some WebSockets. However you serialize that. Like signals themselves are not concerned with that. They're the synchronous piece, right? It's like that's why like Angular doesn't see them contradicting with like RxJS because you pipe everything through Rx and then they end up in signals and the signals like make sure everything is synchronous. So whatever mechanism you use for that is kind of like it's outside of the responsibility. No, but this is an interesting thing. The dev tools, I'm not the dev tools kind of do this because there's a root. So actually, as long as we have the roots, then yes, technically yes, we can do this. This is what the dev tools do. I don't expose it to the end user. I've been thinking about this a lot for problems like HMR and like resumability. So technically, yes, this is where we're heading towards. But right now, it's not really refined. But technically, because we have the roots and we have the dependencies, we basically have the whole graph. Oh yeah, yeah. We have a method called reconcile. For our stores. Yeah. So basically, yes. At that point, when you're getting fresh data, you got to do diffing. Obviously, it's better if you send patched updates. That's better for everyone. You send less over the wire. You send less to the browser. You do less work. Like it's win 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 win. But obviously, that's not always the case. So we have a reconcile function with our stores. It's in our tutorial where I show how you can use Solid with an immutable interface like Redux. Same idea. You it basically. Do I have the Redux example with immutable stores? Yeah, like solve this one. Essentially, if I go into the store here, that's a Redux store with some reducers. If my use Redux hook takes our store, passes it through reconcile on the state, and what this will do is a data diff, and then the updates will flow out to Solid. Stores are on nested proxies. It'll just be the properties that change. So like essentially load data from the server, get the big JSON, diff it. Notice that the one street name number on that one user changes. That street name updates pinpoint to that place in the DOM where you're showing that street name. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's kind of out of scope. Like you could really use any solution. Like we wouldn't really have any opinion about what you do there, right? Like I think the idea of transactions and async sense is interesting. Maybe that help, but like yeah, like the core library wouldn't really have like I don't even know what those primitives would look like because it's like Yeah, it seems a little bit like we have from, so we can convert to streams. If there's like maybe a simpler interface with sockets, but I feel like sockets you have to like do a dance anyways. So like it feels like a third party library. Yeah. So this is like Solid's old batch. Yeah, I don't know. Uh, it's interesting. I've seen it a bit. Solid primitives is the one that um, that the core team guys have been, or the people like David and like the debug people are doing, which is a kind of similar thing. But I does I'll check out it again. Like it has like all of these primitives. Let me try solid use. Is it like a straight port of Vue use maybe? Oh, it's Alexis's library. Oh, he's still updating it. I didn't realize that. I thought this was kind of uh like what's solid use? Sorry, maybe am I wrong? Okay, yeah. I guess these are just things that he wanted himself. Okay, that's cool. So it's a similar type of library, just some of these kind of patterns that he likes. See, this is the whole thing. You have primitives. People can go do this. This is the power of composition, right? Yeah, and to be fair, I was really anal about performance testing this early on. I wanted to make sure that we were as fast as any VDOM library. So I like all the benchmarks, like the really nasty ones, like dbmon, where you're like splattering the screen and all that kind of stuff. I made sure that the reconcile function could keep up with Inferno. So, like, it's not our forte by far, but Solid's reconcile is about as fast as the fastest VDOM libraries. So, yeah, it's good. But what's cool about Solid is like when you don't need that, like then you get the like this is kind of like the defaulting to the worst case scenario. You're asking when the dev tools are going to come into start. Yeah, I'm not sure. We don't even have the linter in start yet. Um yeah, honestly, like at this point the type of stuff I'm looking at is way more mechanical than that. Like just bug fixes, like so many. Twitch. Did I miss a sub? Code Monument gifted a tier 1 sub to Ansi. They've gifted 3 subs in the channel. Thank you very much, Code Monument. Yeah, another one to Arshig. Yeah, honestly, thank you. Um, Wesley Coder gifted to Dev. Oh, and Parasocial. Thank you very much. That's awesome. The Having the people in the chat who are always engaging and keeping stuff going have subs. I very much appreciate you guys doing that. All right, cool. Sorry, I don't always see the subs, so I appreciate that. No, I missed that whole conversation. Yeah, I mean, this is the scariest thing when you talk about benchmarks, and then like you invite the scrutiny, and then you find yourself like having to debug someone else's benchmark and stuff. Yeah, no, I have like 55 notifications right now on Twitter. I am not. I'm probably gonna not look at them until after the stream. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe some stuff I said on stream got some people talking. I like the thing is like I can only know what I've measured and tested. The truth of the matter is, I'm sure I heard a story once that Inferno um, helped some startup costs, but didn't make any significant impact on the performance of Facebook. I don't know if that says about Facebook or if that says about Inferno, but that's the challenge with benchmarks. I'm just kind of contending the fact that like we've done an incredible amount of work to reduce memory of on signals and using techniques for improved creation costs that we're basically at a place where like there's significant like I can't speak to every benchmark, but like any benchmark that I've ever seen. So it's like it's tricky, and I look at lots of benchmarks. But I mean, the problem is there's a bias there because if you see benchmarks, you build towards the benchmarks, you might not be hitting the real cases. So it's you know what I mean? Like I should check that out probably when stream's over. Right. What I was referring to is like if you look at the JS framework benchmark, like, and you look at the history of the JS framework benchmark, and I know I did this in a previous stream here, but just where is it? The official results page. From 58, which is the first version that had surplus in it. If I go here, and you just gonna go, let's jump a few versions, 69. If you just go through the history of this, and this has large creations and stuff. Like here's DOM-C, which is something else. We have surplus and solid side by side, right? Or actually, I guess this is the first one where solid got ahead of surplus. Like we all the way to Chrome 110. Years and years later, you're gonna see the same trend. See, now we have like all these other libraries and that are like all flagged. Let's remove the flagged ones. Actually Xania is a different case, but like what I'm getting at, I mean, these are VDOM libraries, by the way. They're fast. I'm just saying like solid and these things, it's not any slower is what I'm getting at. Right. And obviously these are stupid tests where you're creating 10,000 rows, and we're talking about the difference between solid at 441 and in what is that, block DOM at 447 and Inferno at 451. It's 5 milliseconds. Like, who cares? But what I'm getting at is like it's not. I did a test where I actually scaled up the components years ago too. Was it fastest way to render the DOM? And again, these are artificial tests, but like so now there's like we're like this is just silliness, but like it's not like it's like drastic, like anyone's like drastically worse here. Like actually DOM-C is really fast. Where's EV 1682? Like you know what I mean? Like I'll look into it later. I'm sure I'm always looking for an opportunity to learn and do better. So and we've already hit that equilibrium years ago. That's the thing. Should be the most important thing. Ours are more power software. Yeah. I mean, it's all good, Yeah, and this is what I freaking struggle with every single day stream. You hear this, and I'm not just talking about like, it's like when you're sitting there and you're like, man, are server components the right direction? Are we like, have we convinced ourselves that we need to converge everything in a direction that doesn't need to be converged, or should we look at specialization? It's not always that easy to know when the right time to put things together or keep them apart is, and it's like certain decisions will definitely like have you stuck in a little rut, so to speak, where you have to actually kind of go back to pop out of it. Like, I mean, single page apps you can view kind of like that. I think if someone said that single page apps were like a local maxima kind of thing, as they are today, that might be a fair thing. But then you can go, okay, well, how do you get out of it? Qwik is a way to get out of it. Server components are a way to get out of it. But like, those might be their own little directions, like gonna get us stuck. All right. Writing a solid to next inflation maximum. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. You'll see. Part of me suspects that will not ever be my job. If I get solid start to where I want it to be, I'm hoping that it'll be the create JD apps of the world that do the next thing. Do you know what I mean? That put the finishing touches. You'd be able to use the power of the Vite Astro platform to do those finishing touches, because I'm never going to be able to keep up with Next. Never, ever, 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 ever. Like, they that's what they focus on, and I feel like they are also very good at that. I think the challenge is like there's different layers, and I hope that we get even somewhere near the polish that Next has in a solid framework at some point in the not so distant future. Yeah. You're gonna cause a major. I'm not sure. We could talk about this, but I'm working on it. I've been. Hey, I'll put it out to you guys. 1.7 has been a tricky one for me because it's kind of breaking for TypeScript. Like, it's not breaking, and TypeScript always breaks, but it's put me in a kind of interesting dilemma where I need to figure out how much I want to like respect semantic versioning, even though TypeScript doesn't respect semantic versioning. And part of me kind of started thinking that like maybe we should just go for 2.0 early, do a bunch of the breaking, like minor breaking changes that I've been kind of hinting at, and then like leave the bigger like reactivity change to 3.0 later in the year. And we should just get in the habit of being able to do releases at a better interval. I know this is like, I'm just throwing this out here. I've only talked about the core team with this, so here he goes. And this is kind of thing I'm talking about. I'm not talking about big breaking changes, and my idea would be like in that case, the 2.0 would have everything in a deprecated state, so it won't get removed yet. But basically serve as a transition period. That's sort of where my thinking is, right? Like I'm not talking about like big things. I'm talking about tertiary API type stuff, like details around like on error. How many of you use on error directly? Right? How many of you use what's another one like that? The once comment. Yeah. This is what I'm thinking. And it's funny because this was not my plan originally. I was going to kind of like, because I was looking at 1.7 and I was like, I can be kind of conservative here. But then I was like, after all these discussions with Dan and all this, and he kept on pointing at the linter like it was like the solid saving grace. And I was like, this is so weird to me because like literally it just never occurred to me that this was ever a problem. But you know what, to each their own. I started thinking, the funny thing is 1.7 was about making TypeScript stricter. You know how the linter complains? If you like, let me show this. Let me go back. Okay, let's go result. If I go in here and I don't call this as a function, the linter complains. It goes, hey, I was thinking, like my idea for 1.7 was actually get TypeScript to complain. And I started thinking like, if I wanted to be like even more aggressive here, we could like add a few more rules essentially, which and it's tricky to find the right balance between TypeScript and the linter, but like basically make solid a little bit stricter, and that was sort of where my thinking was, because I want to avoid errors, and I want to like that's I feel like this is an interesting kind of venture here where a lot of the confusion people feel with solid, I feel we can mitigate. I've just been very standoffish because I generally hate tools telling me what to do. Like I don't like them, and it's funny, but that's what we saw in the poll. Most people actually want the tools to tell them what to do. What to do. It's just not how I develop. It like irks me when I see that stuff because like if there's ever if there's a false positive, I'll just like uninstall it. Like I'd rather like not get notified than like ever hit a false positive, which makes me kind of crazy. I understand that, but since most people aren't like that, it's actually why Solid's design is kind of like it is. We could do a lot better. Well, I mean, breaking TypeScript is in like people would have to go around their app and update TypeScript on some specific things. Like, yeah. So it's like, yeah, I'm wondering if I'm playing too much into these conversations and been pulled too into it. But after all of this, I was just like, if this is the world that people want, where they want their tooling always shouting at them, and I think I know this instinctually. It is. Swix wrote a great article about the shift left. What is it? Swix shift left or something. Where is it? It's not this Third Age article. Swix blog. Whatever, Swix.io. There we are. Am I gonna find it though? Shift. Maybe he references in his Third Age article. He talks about the shift left, or that like all JavaScript frameworks are basically. Anyways, language server. That was the one. He wrote a blog where he was saying that language servers are the new JavaScript framework. That's what I'm looking for. Swix language server. Yeah, there we go. Bam. Okay. And the whole premise here is that we're moving stuff this way. So instead of getting, errors and run time or build time, commit time, save time, like basically everything is going this way. React is actually very much on the runtime side. Some people are more interested in compilers, and then going here. If you believe this is the case, then like this sort of strictness is kind of what people are asking you for. So it's a kind of different focus. I was viewing 2.0 as like the reactivity rewrite, but I'm thinking now of, and like kind of pushing forward that side. I'm thinking 2.0 is actually making Solid stricter and getting the docs to where they need to be for the new docs. So it's going to be a release about basically documentation and like making it more straightforward than ever to because like there's just something so huge for me, and I know the linter handles it, but this to error tells you you're not in Kansas anymore. Like this is actually really important that when the person comes in from React, they go do this and it goes, hey, that is not a function. Like, because otherwise they don't know what they're supposed to do with their signals. Maybe Ryan mode. Yeah, exactly. You might have to give up the idea that Solid is something you should enjoy using. I know that's a crazy, eh? But yeah, this is the trend, especially when like our debate basically ends when Dan's like, "Oh yeah, but you've got a linter or something." It's like to me, like that argument is so inane. I'm just like, like so what? But like, I guess it's not for a lot of people. Like I never use linting. I barely use TypeScript. It's just yeah. Yeah, I didn't think it would be. You guys are great. keeping me energized. I don't even know how I'm awake still. It's been such a long week. Yeah, yeah, that's true. It's yeah, yeah, you're right. Like the only reason that this doesn't slip under into 3.0, and the funny thing is we might be able to even pull this shiz off on the API side on 2.0, is that we're moving away. We're going Vue style. I'm going to tell you guys straight up. There's two big API changes on the reactive side, and we probably should just pull off the band-aid right now. One is we're getting rid of batch. We're just gonna we're always going to queue microtask. You're not going to have to worry about batch. Batch is just not a thing. You just write your code, it just works. Done. The second thing is I'm pretty sure on this, but I'm willing to like debate it with people. Stores are going to change from the path-based syntax to the produce like immer style syntax by default. You'll still be able to do path, but the immer style is way less code. It works better with TypeScript, and yeah, if you want to delete a property, you just use delete in JavaScript or whatever. Like it's not fighting the stuff. I feel like if we do that, we can just create mutable down a ravine or wherever it wants to go die, and we have a really good solution with read-write segregation, control flows, great TypeScript, and we make those two kind of thing. But yeah, obviously all the other stuff, yeah, and I guess technically deprecate create computed, but I don't think anyone cares about that. But like those. Though we do those changes, I think we're in a pretty happy place. 99% of your code is unaffected by those, right? It's just I think the stores will be like a refactor for a few people and things. I think the stores is probably the bigger one, right? Right. Writable resources might okay. You got me there. Our resources are writable. We have a mutate function, but you're hinting at the thing that I can't preemptively do is I suspect that when we're done the reactivity, and that might be like later, like 3.0 time period or whatever, that the resource API will shift slightly, and this is a little long term kind of flag. I'm. This is why like we just can't. I think we should just do the stuff that we can do now, and then just kind of go from there. One of the coolest things about primitives is that for the most part, we can just put them in a repo and be like, oh, you want to use the old version of create store. Well, we'll just export it from a different thing. So you can just install the old create store and it'll be built on the new create store, except it'll be we can give you the old API as a compat layer until you can migrate off it. That's the kind of thinking that I love with the primitives. All these stuff like batch might just have, basically no ops and stuff. But this is sort of the thinking here. I kind of, yeah, we have to decide how far we go on that side. But I think it's pretty clear the general direction here. Yes, there's still set store. I'm literally suggesting that. Well, actually, is it on here? Where are we? Okay, file, new window, file, open, recent, solid. Where is it? X reactivity. Example. I'm basically suggesting this. See, store, set store, and this is a silly example because it's just, as you know, you can use getters and stores, right? Right. Create store, count, double count, right? And then in our root here, create effect. I'm just suggesting that set store always takes a function, and that function gives you a mutable proxy. So like it's, I mean, maybe you would write it more like this generally, but what's cool about this that I love is just like little details. Like if I go do double count and I try and like like types. It just works nicer with TypeScript. You know what I mean? Like, no, you can't write to a getter. You know, like it's just I like my immutability, and we'll keep the path as an option, like reconcile is, but this is generally what the thinking is. Does that make sense? When you say queue task embed, does that mean a single change marks dirty and the effects run on the next microtask? Yes, that's exactly what that means. Um, the funny thing is it doesn't make sense to do that until we get the new reactivity, because then because then the lazy of the pull mechanism with the memos and everything like makes way more sense. But yes, it just means the thing is it doesn't. Yeah, this has a very minimal impact for main flow. It means that though when you're in event handlers and you set like 10 things, it auto batches. That's all it is. Oh, my screen's frozen. Oh, that's lovely. Let me remove and add it again. Nope, still frozen. That's so weird, because I'm not frozen. Oh, do you know what it is? No. Oh, that's weird. Huh. I don't know why it was doing that. Um, I was sharing my whole screen, but VS Code isn't showing up. Oh, that's interesting. Like on my window, I can see the VS Code window. That's so weird. Huh. Let me try and change my share one more time. I'm sorry about that. It's weird though, because I'm definitely sharing my whole screen. Maybe I wasn't. Yeah, sorry about that. That description probably made no sense then. Uh, Sorry, let me see if I can show what I was talking about. Why is this not? There it is. Okay. Sorry. What I was saying is, it's like this. You still have a store. This example has like a count and a double count, and then like essentially the store always takes a function that passes the previous state. And what I was commenting on is like if you take the double count and you try and like it just the TypeScript works a lot nicer, because like you know what I mean. Like it'll be like, hey, can assign to that because it's a read only property and stuff. It just there's can we delete s.count? The operand to delete it must be optional, right? Like I don't know. I think this is gonna make things, yeah. Okay, sorry, just catching up. All right. Yeah, produces more typestate, but the path syntax had all the fun tricks of filtering with modifying. Yeah, the biggest problem with the path, and we still have the path, is that like there's inherent behaviors that are not obvious. Like objects always merge, which would screw people up if they were writing stuff a certain way. Like they wouldn't realize that they were merging instead of replacing, because they'd write like set store something something, and that second something would be an object which actually merged instead of replaced, because they didn't inline the object, right? And like undefined doing delete. So just quirks that you have to do to have that DSL work nicely, that like mess with perceptions and stuff on TypeScript and stuff. And while it's really compact to be like, I can iterate over this thing, you know, like filter function, like you can still, I don't know, s dot map dot whatever, you know what I mean? Like I think basically, I said I was open to discussion on this. The path syntax will exist the way produce exists today, but I'm very much on this kind of thinking. Yeah, it's always hard to do this because then you get into these APIs where you're hanging setters off the setters. Because like I very much am like the whole reason this is still set store and not a separate proxy or the same proxy or whatever is because this part here is still really, really important. Yeah, other than it's not create mutable. Really, really important that this is not create mutable. I actually think this lets us get rid of create mutable for the most part. Yes. The funny thing is, yeah, I don't actually know what to call the variable because to me it's just the store state. I like if I often call it store or state. The reason it's S is for that reason. It's because it's not a draft in our case. It is actually just a mutable proxy. Right. So yeah. So you see the win here now is Solid only has a single type of store. Right. So like this kind of streamlining is like the stuff that we're aiming for generally with the reactive rewrite. But I'm thinking that we have a middle ground with 2.0, which starts guiding us in the right direction, and then you know, we kind of do the actual like, yeah, it's interesting. You guys are right. If we change the API for 2.0, and we could actually replace the reactivity during the life cycle of it, if there isn't huge behavioral changes. Yes. Yeah. 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 But yeah. But it will probably be replaced with another primitive. There's still a use case here, but yes. Anyway, my point is, the three primitives I mentioned are other, like obviously the store change and the store change and the what was the other one? The store change is probably the most impacting one that I'm talking, and the batch. Store and batch are things that are felt. The other stuff is probably generally not going to be. The other stuff is generally probably, yeah. As I said, it's the key thing here is that we those original versions of the primitives will be available for people, so they'll be able to like still like if do the quick. I mean, it'll be kind of annoying. You'll do the update, and then TypeScript will like yell at you that you're using a bunch of function methods that don't exist. If you don't want to go refactor your code, you'll just be able to like change the import. That's the kind of thinking that I'm thinking. Yeah. So yeah, my thing here is I wonder if behavioral differences will be worth severing, but I guess we'll see. Yeah, a simple code mod to update imports. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That could do it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's the kind of thinking that I'm having here. I don't want to pull our legacy around forever, and the kind of this is the beautiful thing about primitives, right? They're like, yeah, but yeah. So I think that's the thing. We're gonna do this stuff all in parallel, obviously, but I just the discussions this week made me really appreciate how even more so how much people really like the tooling assist, so to speak. And yeah, I want to make it so that people get into solid that their first impression is like much more guided, that they feel like they know if they're doing the right or wrong things, which as I said is not a quality that I actually have ever cared for that much, which is funny, but but it's definitely something that I think is meeting people in the middle, so to speak. Anyway. All right, how are we doing here? I saw Theo came back for a minute. Do you not have Git on your machine? That'd be such a flex. I called it. You don't get to enjoy Solid anymore. No, I'm gonna still enjoy Solid. I'm gonna enjoy the fact that people enjoy using it. I think. I think. I think that like I think this is a good step. I think. There's some other cool stuff that I had flagged for 1.7 that will be coming out too, which is like the type safe control flow. So that like your show components aren't keyed and are type safe. Like they do the proper narrowing if you use a callback form. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm never probably gonna use the callback form and just put exclamation marks because I just don't care enough. But now you can do that. So. Yeah, I mean this is where we're heading, right? Yeah. Yeah. Is there anything else that I think that's my biggest thing. In the same way that Dan kind of had that realization, perhaps that like people look at React hooks and see reactive libraries, which he apparently didn't realize. I had the kind of realization that people don't actually mind stuff complaining at them nearly as much. Like even if like the rules seem weird, they'll just go along with it. Which actually, if that's the conclusion, that is very positive for Qwik's future. That was a part I think that was always going to think, because I was like, why do I want weird rules and everything complaining at me, kind of stuff. But like if we're okay with just like doing a small code refactor and then it's like things erroring at you going, oh no, now this isn't serializable, blah blah blah, and you like, if that's the kind of world you want to live in and it gets you optimal code and you're fine as long as things keep on like complaining at you, I think that actually speaks well to these crazier compiler futures. Like this is how we get there. Right? Like, I mean, it's funny. Like, actually, oh, can I find this on Twitter? Dan said something that I wasn't expected because I was talking to him about the linting, and I was just like, yeah, whatever, linter. And he was like, in the future, someone was bugging him about it. He's like, in the future, React will error, like straight up error, on stuff that they use on the linter today, like dependency arrays and stuff. Like his intention is like, if you put an empty dependency array and it doesn't match, they will like straight up use the tooling to error on you. So he's like, they're getting stricter and stricter too. That's their intention, which is really, really interesting. Thinking back to TDD, that's exactly how so many people write code. What? But I didn't think anyone actually did TDD. I thought that was like the thing that you like talk about and you're like, this is the good way to do things, and then you write your first test and then you just give up and you move on. Okay. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying though, from a mindset. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think the other place where I saw this, and I got to thank Greg for that, was when he taught me Rust. I started thinking about this a lot more too. Just like understanding how like kind of pushing code in a certain direction. It's very interesting to me in terms of trends, because I was around when people were using like different variants of C and C plus, um, you know, and I saw that evolve into the Java and obviously like C sharp and .NET and stuff, and and it was just and this like Ruby, like watching the advent of having these kind of strict object oriented languages, and then the move to like more scripty type languages, and then like even JavaScript kind of getting pulled into there, though JavaScript everyone knows is a complete mess. But like watching it come back around again is really interesting thing. And obviously TypeScript is an indicator of this, but like even more so, it's almost like the reason that we got away from all that typing stuff wasn't, and like all the crazy tooling, it wasn't because what it did was bad. It was just that we were too impatient to wait for it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I kind of bought into that it was bad. Like, I was just kind of like, you know, like give me a text editor and like Notepad or whatever, and like let me go. But I'm actually starting to think that it's more that like things are so slow and so bulky that it ended up being like prohibitive. Like I spent a lot of time in Visual Studios, not code, like original Visual Studios, like back in like I have Visual Studios in 1997, dating myself. And like this is high school though, not like professional. And like I got it from a teacher for helping set up all the computers in the computer lab one summer, and I used like it's so weird when you in those environments. Like I remember like all the auto completion, like you never typed anything, everything was like one character. You just like do like look up API docs. Like it was just like a very different experience. It was never like let's just try it and see how it goes. It was just like it was like do tab. You know what I mean? And I kind of started liking flying blind after that period, because I felt that I was getting too distracted by like going through the list of possible completions and like doing that. I'm like probably the only person in the world who thought that, but like I don't know. It's very funny to me. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the thing, and luckily for us, we are structured in such a way that like there probably is a fairly idiomatic form to how you should do stuff so that we can do it. Like another idea that came in from the great Michael Rawlings is he was like, Ryan, you could just make a special untrack for components, right? And this isn't like a TypeScript kind of thing. Like this is still runtime error. But he was like, if you make a special, untrack for components, then if people, yeah, maybe I have to show this in the playground. But he was like, if people access a value top level and don't call untrack themselves, you just runtime error on them. So if they destructure props, error. If they like access a value out here, error, unless they explicitly untrack. So essentially, if you want to access the value, you have to intentionally call untrack on it. So components are untracked, but they're like a different special untrack. And I mean, that's a pretty radical move. But on the other hand, I mean, I guess linters help with this too. Like, but it's pretty powerful when the first time you go to destructure props, it's like you tried to access, you know, like you tried to access reactive properties in in a like something like, I don't know, untracked, but like in a top level component context, don't do that. If you intend to listen to an untracked, wrap it in an untracked call, something like that. Like, it's funny though. See, to me, that's a lot of friction because there's certain. I don't think I'm the only person in the Wild West, but over time, this is the kind of scenario. And the thing is, don't get me wrong, I'm only including that stuff in dev mode. Like, don't put stuff in my bundle, But like, I'm just saying, like, this is sort of the create computed. No, I mean, I'm talking about the component. Yeah, create component already on tracks. Yeah, but I'm saying actually, I can't do much with, like, there could be compiler errors. I was talking runtime though. We could literally put have a special untrack. So when you're in the special untrack mode, so like basically, if you listen to something in a timeout, it's not going to error. Or in an event handler, it's not going to error. Those are untracked contexts. It's not going to error. But it's just like specifically for components, if you top level access something, they're going to force you to untrack. Yeah. Do you follow what I mean? Compiler stuff would require being aware of what's a component, but that's where stuff's heading. Like, it's just interesting. Like, I'm less comfortable with the compiler thing because it requires you to know what a component is. I mean, yeah, I'm just throwing this out here to see what people think. Obviously, I'm getting some positive feedback in the chat here, but this is kind of like the question, right? Like, what always bugs me about this stuff is inconsistency, right? Because sometimes you do want to access values in an untracked context. In fact, a lot of times you want to. So it is kind of interesting, like, to special case the components and say, like, no, components are the one place for untracked context that you can't track. You can't do that, Right, exactly. Right, we'd have, you now go the other way. You're like, no, you have to explicitly untrack it. With this untrack mode, you're forcing all values to be touched. No, I'm not doing that. It's still untracked. I'm forcing you to manually call untrack if you want this behavior. What I'm saying is, top level stuff doesn't track, but if you were like const static count equals, and you listen to count here. If you did this, see, linter rules complains. It should be, yeah, I'm suggesting that this I think one of the interesting things, like, yeah, I'm suggesting that, like, this actually is an error unless you do this. And then now you're saying, hey, see, ESLints is doing an improper, what's going on here? Oh, I didn't import intrack. Yeah, sorry. But, yeah. Oh, that's why. Okay, yeah. See, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, essentially. Yeah, that's essentially it. Except, yeah, that's it. Yeah, but it doesn't actually matter. Untrack has a shortcut, like. The interesting thing is, they don't. I see your argument, But the thing is, because this is a completely illegal state, they don't know, like, the behavior of accessing it outside has no defined behavior. It's not untracked or tracked. You just say, like, look, you can't access reactive stuff in the top level component body. If you want to, you either have to use it in JSX or you have to say I want it untracked. It's an error essentially. I don't think it's misleading. I think it's like, as I said, this is radical. I'm just throwing this out here. We'll probably RFC this stuff and get more feedback. Right? It's yeah. So yeah, obviously people here say they like it, but you can understand that this, if we just came in with this, this is kind of a breaking change, eh? You know, I do think actually top level on tracks are fairly uncommon, but I could be completely wrong, right? But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, just give me a way to opt out of it. I think this is the thing. Are we going to have to go the React path and add strict mode? Or you mean opt out of it like an ES, or like, yeah, see the problem is I can't, here's the problem. What I'm talking about right now is a runtime mechanism. You can't opt out of it. Okay, make top level state neither tracked or untracked. Yeah, well, no, it's not going to be actually untracked. It's going to be actually an error. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, we'll have more discussions. This is just the kind of thinking that. Yeah, exactly. What I was thinking along that side is not per line, but like strict mode, right? Like React, you pull in a component, wrap it around your root, and now you're in strict mode. I don't know if that's the best pattern for it, but yes, this Fabio is the approach that I am thinking about. Something like a global. I don't think you can do it per line. Yes, basically. Yeah. And anyway, I'm yeah. There's no way we could introduce this there's no way we could introduce something like that without like, I think it would probably be pretty brutal on the ecosystem, but I it's an interesting idea. Introduce it tomorrow. You guys are hilarious. I'm just throwing this kind of stuff out here because this is where my thinking is at, because there's a couple benefits. What this does is opens up space for future compilers because we remove ambiguous behavior. This means that in the future things will be more optimizable. It makes a clearer path for people. It makes a clear path for people learning. I think, despite what Dan is suggesting right now, I actually think that this removes a lot of ambiguity. Like, and like, yeah, it's my biggest concern is that existing code bases we didn't have this restriction on, so there's no way we can force this on people, right? That's basically the gist of it. The idea is that like newer solid stuff would perhaps take advantage of this and like it, but as I said, this is still very much just a idea that I've been like playing with. What's the best API for reading value? I mean, it's a loaded question. Honestly, there's so many different variations on this that it's hard to say. Obviously, I'm going to say that Solid's version is the best version because that's why I chose it. There's been no new APIs that I've seen that I hadn't considered when I chose Solid's API. So I'll say that. The only thing that I have any opinion on is that the getter should be a function. I'm not a fan of dot value for like mechanical reasons, but TypeScript suggests that I should be. So I think that's about it. Yes, you're right, and this is something that requires future like more further thought. It's just this has been, if you've been watching this whole section of the video since I started talking about this, the stream, like there is an interesting, like you're right. I don't actually like this particularly, but it has interesting implications. Like I'm not surprised when I suggested it that this would have a lot of support on the stream. Yeah, I mean there is an interesting thing there. The thing that I was just talking about though is a runtime mechanism. So like if it's not an error, it would be a warning. Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's another way we can do it. We literally just warn people. It can be annoying, just like the create root one. So yeah, I mean, I can't make these decisions by myself. I just wanted to facilitate the conversation here because I think it's an interesting one. Right? Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like there's a shift now where people think that the warnings are almost worse than not having the warnings. Like it's better to take a hardline stance. So yeah, it's interesting. I'd say careful because I know so it's a small decision, but when it gets big, you can't break things fast anymore. Exactly, which is why I've been very careful to this point. You know, trying to like, you know. But as I said, these are just these are just interesting ideas at this point. I am aware that the people who've chosen Solid so far, like people are building real applications on it, so it's not like you go and cause them pain. I have no interest in doing that. We're way too early days. In any case, I think that's enough of a conversation about this for now. I just want to kind of like put out there kind of sort of thinking about this because it's very clear to me that perceptions on this sort of thing have changed drastically over the last couple of years. Anyway, I don't know. I think I'm good. I was not intending this to be such a long stream, but here we are. So, anyways, yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. Yeah. Yeah. The timing of Solid Start is definitely in my mind as well. Yep. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend, everyone. Thank you for joining me on this long, ranting, rambling of a stream. All right.